call to order the regular Planning Commission meeting for March. May we please have a roll call, Ms. Marwick?
Good evening, Commissioner Lasky,
Here.
Commissioner Slaymaker,
Here.
Commissioner Burke, Chair Carapiet,
Here.
Vice Chair Johnson, Commissioner Seidel.
Here.
And here at the staff table, we have myself, Rebecca Markwick, Special Counsel Barbara Couts, Andrew Shen, City Attorney Robert Zadnick, City Manager, and Nancy Miller.
Thank you. The open forum is an opportunity for any citizen to briefly address the Planning Commission on any matters not appearing on this agenda for discussion. Upon being recognized by the chair, please state your name and limit your oral statement to no more than 30 seconds. Matters that appear to warrant a more lengthy presentation or commission consideration will be agendized for further discussion at a later meeting. Is there anyone here in council chambers that wishes to make a statement? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, do you want to? There's no one in the room, so we're going to bring whoever's on Zoom.
I have Patty's iPad. May I speak? I was asking you. What do I do? Okay. Go ahead, Patty.
Hello, Patty, can you hear us?
Nothing. It says her microphone's on, right?
Not responding? Okay. If they reconnect, we can go back to it. Thank you. Are there, moving on to the next agenda item, reports. The reports agenda include any that consist of any oral report from standing planning commission committees, if any, in any an individual member of the planning commission and staff. Do we have any reports this evening?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, item D. The consent calendar consists of items that the Planning Commission considers to be non-controversial unless any item is specifically removed by any member of the Planning Commission, staff, or audience. The consent calendar will be adopted by one motion. Items removed will be considered in the sequence as they appear below. If any member of the audience wishes to have an item removed, follow the remote meeting procedures by raising your hand. If you do not have access to the Zoom meeting platform, please email our Director of Planning and Building, Rebecca Marwick, at rmarwick@cityofbelvedere.org, and indicate that you would like to remove a consent calendar item and identify the item. After removing the item, Planning Commission will call for comment at the appropriate time. Are there any Planning Commission wishing to remove anything from the consent calendar? See none. Anyone in the audience? See none. Anyone on Zoom?
That same person's hand is drawn. Can't get there's a hand up. Okay. What?
There's no one on Zoom.
Thank you.
Made the window really small.
May I have the motion for the consent calendar consisting of the draft minutes of the February 20th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting and retroactive design review and exception to total floor area for 6 Buckeye.
I move to adopt items 1 and 2 on the consent calendar.
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Moving on to the public hearings, but just for a second before that, I want to remind all planning commissioners to make sure that you speak directly into a microphone with the microphone close to your mouth so that everyone in the audience and on Zoom can clearly hear you. And moving on to the public hearing, can we please have the staff report for item number 3?
Yes, thank you, Chair Carapiet. Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. The agenda for tonight will be as follows. We'll have a staff presentation, applicant presentation, public comment, and then planning commission deliberation. Tonight, the applicant requests approval of design review, demolition, tentative subdivision map, and revocable license for 40 units located at 1 to 22 Mallard Road. The project proposes a 15-unit apartment building, 1 fourplex, 2 triplexes, 4 duplexes, and 6 single-family homes with 1 accessory dwelling unit. 4 of the units will be affordable to lower-income households. The request includes 1 concession and multiple waivers under state density bonus law. The Planning Commission is the decision-making authority on design review and demolition. The City Council is decision-making authority on the tentative map and revocable license. Thus, the Planning Commission will be making a recommendation to the City Council on the tentative map and the revocable license. The project site is located on 3 parcels adjacent to Community Road, the lagoon, and close to City Hall and the park. A private drive, Mallard Road, runs through the parcels. The Planning Commission reviewed the Mallard Point project for design review, demolition, tentative subdivision map, and revocable license at the November 14th, 2023 meeting. The Planning Commissioners gave feedback to the applicant regarding the project, and specifically whether they preferred the apartment building with 23 units or an alternative A, which had a mix of townhomes and fourplexes. The commissioners generally preferred the proposed alternative A if the height of those fourplexes could be lowered. At that same meeting, the Planning Commission determined that the project was not eligible for a Class 32 exemption, and the commission continued the remaining entitlements. The applicant appealed the Planning Commission's decision regarding the Class 32 CEQA exemption, and the City Council considered the appeal at its January 22nd, 2024 meeting. The City Council granted the appeal and determined that the project met the criteria for the Class 32 CEQA exemption. The applicant has been working on revisions, and the revisions are before the Planning Commission this evening. The revised plans do not propose any changes to the single-family homes and duplexes on lots 3 through 11. Additionally, the alignment of Mallard Road, the configuration of pedestrian and vehicle circulation in the Community Road public right-of-way, the number of units, and the number of transplanted olive trees remain the same. The Lagoon single-family and duplex homes include a mix of traditional and contemporary designs, similar to other Lagoon homes. The proposed materials for the single-family and duplex homes include a mix of vertical board, smooth panel, and shingle siding with weathered teak decks, concrete walls, and shingled roofs. The apartment building materials include shingle and textured siding with a shingled roof. An earth tone color palette would be used throughout the project with variations in colors between the buildings. Some of the changes on the site plan are as follows. Lot 12 is divided into new Lot 1 containing a 15-unit apartment and a new Lot 12 containing 1 triplex and fourplex. Building coverage on these lots has decreased from 63% to 54%. Lot 1 and 2 have been merged to form a new Lot 2 consisting of 5 units in a triplex and duplex. The new Lot 2 is the same size as the total size of the original Lots 1 and 2. The total surface parking is reduced by 6 spaces. The tentative subdivision map has been adjusted to reflect these changes. The apartment building on Lot 1 is reduced from 23 to 15 units and is reduced in length from 260 feet to 138 feet. The garage parking is reduced from 45 to 22 spaces. The triplex and fourplex on Lot 12 contains a triplex facing south, fronting Mallard Road, and a fourplex fronting to the north on the courtyard. The 2 buildings would use a common automobile court to access the unit's private garages. Each townhome unit provides 2 living levels over the garage. The triplex building incorporates 2 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath units and 1 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath unit. Each unit has an entry stoop facing south with small front yards, garages, and the garages are on the rear of the building off a private driveway. The fourplex building incorporates 4 two-bedroom, 2.5 bath units. Each unit has a front porch access from the common landscaped courtyard. Garages are on the rear of the building off a private drive. The triplex and duplex on Lot 2, the original lots 1 and 2 have been merged to form this new Lot 2. The duplex that was on the original Lot 1 has been changed to a triplex with a similar profile and design to the previous 2-unit iteration. Each of these units has a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, and a 2-story configuration. The duplex that was formerly on the previous Lot 2 has changed to two 3-bedroom units with a narrow building frame than the original 2-bedroom unit and 1 3-bedroom unit. The total building coverage increases by about 12%. The total square footage of the lot has increased by about 20%. And here are some renderings of the apartment, the 15-unit apartment, as well as the triplex and fourplex. Most significantly, the landscaping has changed, and the revised plans show what we're calling an English garden in between the apartment building and fourplex. New plantings in the garden area consist of crepe myrtle trees along Community Road, 2 different varieties of boxwood, Pittosporum escallonia, Pacific wax myrtle, and other varieties of shrubs and ground covers, along with some perennials and grasses. New fencing is proposed along Community Road. A new 36-inch iron picket fence on top of a 24-inch brick wall is proposed at both ends of the open space between the apartment building and the fourplex. Additionally, the same style fence is proposed along Community Road between the fourplex and the triplex. 6-foot-tall privacy fencing is proposed between the single-family homes and duplexes. The proposed exterior LED lighting fixtures on the buildings and landscaping are shielded and downlit and will not create any excessive glare, hazard, or annoyance to any of the immediate neighbors or passersby. The proposed lights are downlit and have no covered bulbs. There are no skylights proposed with this project. This project is relying on state density bonus law to allow for waivers of development standards, 1 concession, and reduced parking standards. The project includes the following requests: 1 concession to allow the apartment houses in the R2, waivers for the apartment. They're all listed up here. I won't go through all of them, but in the apartments, they're asking for deviations to lot area per unit, side yard setbacks, lot coverage, usable open space. The single family homes to allow deviation from lot frontage for lot 5 and floor area for all the single family dwellings. Duplexes and triplexes to allow deviations from lot area per unit. The entire project for construction time limits. The project is proposing 3 years for the apartment building, the fourplex and triplex, and 2 years for the single family dwellings and duplexes. They're also seeking reduced parking. Because this project would demolish existing housing and is requesting waivers and concessions under density bonus law, the project is subject to certain obligations under the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 and state density bonus law. The project must construct as many units as are being demolished. Here, there are 22 existing units, and the project is proposing constructing a total of 40. The project must replace any units occupied by very low or low-income households with the same number of units with the same number of bedrooms as those of the households being displaced. If these units are rental, they must remain affordable at the same or lower income level for at least 55 years. The physical parameters of the project's buildings with the application of the qualifying waivers are consistent with objective standards. The project is designed to maintain a balanced and harmonious relationship between the structures on the site and adjoining properties. The proposed new single-family homes, duplexes, triplex, fourplex, and single apartment building have been designed to relate to and fit in with the structures on the adjoining properties. They vary in size, shape, color, and materials, which help blend into the site and the neighborhood. The project is proposed on a flat lot consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and thus does not implicate any sloping land. The structures are balanced in size, material, and location. Mallard Road is a private drive that provides a natural separation between the apartment houses and the single-family homes and duplexes, helping to balance the development over the 2.8-acre site. Additionally, the project is proposed in soft muted earth tones with variations in materials. And we do have a materials board. Nancy, if you don't mind passing that, that would be great. The project is requesting recommendation of approval to City Council for the tentative map and revocable license. Staff is recommending that all findings can be made to support both of those applications. The demolition permit is approved by the Planning Commission, and likewise, staff is recommending that all findings can be made. Since publishing the staff report, questions and comments have come up regarding Mallard Road and the city's subdivision ordinance. Since the project has been submitted, the city has determined the following, and I think most relevant is number 3. The private drive only serves the multifamily residential development. Public Works does not consider it a connecting street for public use and is not subject to private street configuration as outlined in the Belvedere Municipal Code. We do have similar roads to Mallard, such as Teal, Barn, and Cove Road Place, as well as a slew of them up on the island. Belvedere Municipal Code Section 20.04.060 generally provides that approval of design review is valid for 1 year from the Planning Commission's decision, unless a building permit has been issued, in which case the design review is valid as long as there is an active building permit for the project. This same section of the code provides that the Planning Commission may designate a later expiration date. Mallard Point is requesting that the planning entitlements are valid for longer than 1 year from approval. Typically, the commission reviews remodels and new single-family homes, and 1 year for a remodel is typically enough time. However, for a demolition and a new home, we often see that 1 year is not enough time for a building permit to be issued. This is a much larger project, as we know, which would seem to warrant longer than a 1 year approval. Staff is suggesting that the Planning Commission discuss these extensions this evening and extend the design review and demolitions approvals to run concurrently with the tentative map approvals, which is 2 years with the possibilities of extensions through that tentative map. Additionally, we have received some feedback regarding conditions of approval. Staff is suggesting amendments to the conditions of approval as presented on the dais for you tonight. There are also copies on the back desk if anybody in the audience would like to see those suggestions. With that, we are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution granting design review, as well as adopting the resolution granting demolition. We're also recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution recommending City Council approval of the tentative subdivision map, as well as the revocable license. With that, I will turn it over to Barbara Couts, who will go over some of the legal matters of this project.
I think we discussed this at your first meeting, but just to reiterate some of the key state laws that are applicable to the project. So this project's considered a housing development, which essentially is any project that includes 2 or more residences. And the legislature, when they started to adopt their dozens of housing bills in 2017, added language to the Housing Accountability Act, saying that its purpose was to curb the ability of local governments to deny, reduce the density of, or render infeasible housing development projects. So the city can only deny or reduce the density of a housing project that meets all objective standards if the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety that can't be mitigated. And the definition of a specific adverse impact is a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards. It's very limited, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete, which for this project was in August of 2021 when they submitted when their preliminary application was complete. The city would also need to make findings that if there is this impact, that there's no feasible way to mitigate or avoid the impact other than disapproval of the housing project or approval at a lower density. So that's an extremely difficult finding to be made. And the project hasn't been found to be inconsistent with any of the with any objective standards. As we'll talk about density bonus later, but the concession and the waivers that the projects has requested are considered to be, are not a basis for finding the project to be inconsistent with the city standards. That's also in the Housing Accountability Act. Next slide. So what conditions of approval can the Planning Commission apply? It's not entirely determined, but you can certainly enforce objective standards, state and federal law, health and safety type of conditions. In the one case that considered this, Carla, which is California Renters Legal Assistance, I believe, via the city of San Mateo, the Court of Appeals said a city could impose conditions based on subjective standards so long as they don't effectively reduce the density or the intensity of the use or deny the project because their application makes the project infeasible. The commission can also not modify requested waivers, which I'll get into later. So some examples of what the commission can modify are things like the colors, materials, the type of lighting, the landscaping, the roof slope. Essentially, conditions that don't result in reductions in building areas or eliminate amenities. Next slide. So density bonus law. So as the planning director discussed, Mallard Point qualifies for a density bonus because 10% of the units are intended to be affordable to lower income households, 4 of the 40 units. So once a project qualifies for a density bonus, it's entitled to unlimited waivers of development standards and 1 concession, which includes modification of zoning code requirements. So this project has requested 1 concession, which is to allow apartment houses, which the city's ordinance defines as a building with 3 or more units in the R2 zone. And to deny the concession, the city has to have substantial evidence that the concession either doesn't reduce costs, and the burden of proofs on the city to demonstrate that it doesn't reduce costs, that it violates state or federal law, or that it has a specific adverse impact in health, safety, or a historic structure on the California Register. And again, the burden of proofs on the city. In the most recent case regarding waivers, the Court of Appeal said that a project was entitled to waivers for the project as designed, and it specifically rejected the contention that waivers could be denied or reduced if the project could be redesigned to avoid the waivers. So in terms of a decision on the waivers, those can only be denied if the project violates state or federal law, if the waiver violates state or federal law, if it has a specific and adverse impact on health or safety, or if it adversely affects a structure that's on the California Historic Register. And no evidence has been submitted indicating that either the concession or the waivers would violate state or federal law, have a specific adverse impact as it's been defined, or adversely affect a structure on the historic register. Next slide. Another state law that affects this particular project, and I think generally would not be at issue, but for this particular project, the city council determined that the project was exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act on January 22nd. So the Permit Streamlining Act requires a decision that the city reach a decision on the project no more than 60 days later, which would be March 22nd. The applicant has agreed to an extension of the permit of the deadline to April 30th. And if there's no decision on the project, it's quote deemed approved. Normally you would not run into this problem because normally the decision on the exemption is made concurrently with the decision on the project. But in this particular case, because there was a appeal of the CEQA determination, the decision on the exemption was made before there was a decision on the project. So the Permit Streamlining Act comes into play. So because of various city council absences and so forth, the city council hearing is tentatively scheduled for April 29th, just before the deadline. So the tentative map and the revocable license are recommendations to the city council, and the council has to act by April 30th. The demolition permit and the design review are final with the commission. So you actually have until April 30th to act on those two, because appeals are not included in the April 30th deadline. But then the 5-meeting rule comes into effect. So next slide. So the meeting you had in November is meeting number 1. The city council meeting does not count as one of the 5 meetings because it was required by the California Environmental Quality Act, which says that the council makes the final decision on exemptions. This meeting is meeting number 2. But for the council to hear all the permits at one hearing, the commission would need to make a decision on all the permits tonight. We've kind of gone through the noticing procedures. So for the two permits where your decision is final, there's a 10-day appeal period. Then there's a 10-day notice period, and we've kind of run through the timing of it. And unless the commission acts tonight on all the permits, the city council would need to hear the project at 2 separate hearings, one on the tentative map and license, and a second on the demolition permit and design review. But we could kind of run through the timing of it if you'd like, but that's our conclusion. Anyway, that's all I have to say, and then Rebecca and I are happy to answer questions.
So just for clarification on what you just said about the timing on the meetings. So if this commission determines that the tentative map and revocable license can be approved tonight,
Right,
then it would move on to city council.
right.
But if this commission determines that, no, we can't approve it, that we need to have some clarification or some modification or whatever, and it would need to return to us, we do have the right to have another meeting to determine the tentative map.
Yes, you could continue it to April 9th, and there would be time to advertise it for an April 29th meeting.
Okay.
But you would also need to make a decision on April 9th on the
Demo, or yeah, the demo and design review.
demolition permit and the design review. because with those, the city would have to first allow the 10 days for an appeal.
Right. So the
And
deadline
then-
really
And then
is,
it would, yeah, it couldn't get the notice out in time to be heard on April 29th. So the appeal would have to be heard sometime in May.
so our sort of drop dead time is April 9th.
Yeah.
Right before taxes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do is take things out of order a little bit because we have the Fire Marshal, Mike Lantier on Zoom. And so I think that we should address the tentative map first so that he's not with us till the third item to be removed. So I'd like to have the tentative map discussion first. So does anyone have questions for, and we also, do we have our city engineer on Zoom? Or Brian?
We have Brian Van Son, building official, on Zoom. And we have access to our city engineer should a question come up.
Okay, so if there's any questions for the city engineer, we can get hold of him and get those answered. So I'd like to open it up and, well, I guess I should go backwards. Are there any questions for staff regarding, which would include Mike Lantier and John Moe? Does anyone have questions for the staff regarding the tentative map?
Not the report in general, just the map.
You mean the whole staff report? Okay, let's just do, are there any questions in general on the staff report? Commissioner Lasky?
I have a design review question.
None, oh, okay.
Rebecca, on the,
I don't think your mic's on.
it is. You can't hear it?
Pull it closer, please.
Can you hear me now? Yes, you can. On Exhibit A, on the design review findings, under, and I think we talked about this, under Title 20, it seems that many of the design review do not meet Title 20. So instead of saying they do, could we just say they meet the HAA, Housing Accountability Act?
We've prepared on the dais for you some amended
I
possible
saw
conditions approval. On the backside, there's a design review finding, some language
Oh,
added to
didn't read
that.
I read the front. I
That
see.
if you want to read it over, it's sort of the second half of it. We talk about housing accountability, odds deemed consistent, and go into, if this suffices, then we can, and should the whole commission wish to add this, we can add it to the,
So let's keep those kind of questions for when we go for design review.
Fine.
So is there any sort of general question for staff on this staff report, Kevin?
Sure. I have a few questions for staff, and if any of these you want to hold until a later part of the discussion, that's fine too. But if you go to staff report, page 7, in the second paragraph entitled circulation. Everyone a second to get there. And in, I think it is the second sentence begins, Mallard Road will remain a private road. So today we received a memo, and this was also just shared in the staff report, that the civil engineer, or the city engineer states that Mallard Road is classified as a private drive, not a private road. And I guess one question, I have a few questions around this, is when was this classification or reclassification made?
I don't believe it was a reclassification. I think it was at the time of the first submittal of the application, when it was reviewed by the city engineer. It was determined to be more of an easement than a private or public road, or defined as a road at all.
And it might be helpful because this is newer information, I think, to some folks in the community. It certainly was newer information for me. And forgive me if I didn't pay attention to that earlier classification. But what makes this road, or what criteria did the engineer use to determine that this road was a private drive versus a private road?
I can answer this, and then maybe if you want to text John Moe, but
Sure,
that
if
first
you wanna wait
that
till he gets-
first bullet point where they talk about the tentative map, right? So an
Mhm.
engineer looks at the tentative map and reviews that tentative map in terms of all of the utilities and improvements. And he said that the proposed Mallard Road identifies a 20-foot paved width, which includes a public utility easement, private sewer easement, private storm easement, and access easement. So that's really taken from the tentative map, the engineer's description on that map.
Okay.
Not our engineer, the applicant's engineer's description on the map.
So it was the applicant's engineer that made that definition, and then was it our engineer that reviewed it and
Yes.
agreed?
Yes.
And so they agreed with that criteria. I'm just trying to understand, or just be sure that there was an objective process based on, data or standards or policy that led us to the conclusion that it was a private drive versus, I mean, I know that Mallard Road currently doesn't comply either. I don't know what it was classified in its current condition. Is it currently considered a private drive?
Yes.
So it's already considered a private drive?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
on private property, and this one would also be on private property. And I think it was determined based on data, the map, our standard, you think about our other private roads and, where we have required 28-foot roads with sidewalks,
Yeah,
nowhere, right? Or
Right.
maybe Beach Road,
right,
San Rafael.
right.
Well, I think that's because most of the development took place in the 50s and 60s
Right.
before this
The
code.
code
And so
existed,
we're, consistently applying it through
right.
calling it a private
Okay, all
drive.
right, that helps. I'm going to reflect on that. I might come back with other questions.
So I have one question,
Sure.
wait a minute, follow-up. And if anyone has a follow-up question to a question, makes sense to ask it. So in our general plan, we don't have private drives. Everything is labeled a private road. And we don't even have a definition of a private drive.
I think the
Other than if
definitions
you
would
Google it, there's a,
go back to our subdivision and street and roadway sections of our municipal code. And that our city engineer determined that those specific sections of our municipal code are not applicable here.
okay, well, I'm not arguing that, but I'm just saying that calling Barn and Teal and other private roads, private drives, I don't think is a correct definition going forward. That if we're going to consider Mallard Point as a private drive, that's a separate issue. But to label all our private roads that were all created either by 1960 or before, that to put them in the same definition as a private drive, I don't think is the right thing. I think we're just dealing with this project, and we should just deal with this project as it's being presented. Claire?
Can I ask about size of the, can I bring that up now? My question about the road size?
Let's let Kevin finish with his general question, then we're going to go into the tentative map.
Yeah, I mean, what you just raised also so is Crest a private road or is it a private drive? I mean, and what makes it different? I think that's just unclear to me.
Do we know what the distinction is, though, just for clarity?
I think we're texting.
John Moe is being promoted as a panelist as we speak.
Can I just clarify something? Sorry. Even if there were certain standards that this road had to adhere to, for example, including sidewalks, would those not ultimately be waivable standards?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
they would be waivable.
Thank you.
Would they be waivable or do you require a concession? I asked this question in November
Well,
because it's a zoning regulation.
development standards can be waived, and those are defined as site or construction conditions. So this seems like a construction condition or a site condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I'm not sure I agree, but yeah. I mean, it's in the code. I mean, it doesn't mean that the applicant couldn't resolve this. I mean, if it was determined that it was a private road and it required sidewalks, I mean, it can certainly be done. It can fit within the plan. So it's not, I mean, this isn't like a gotcha moment, but it's, but again, I think we have to be clear on what's a private road, what's a private drive. And if it is a private road, would it require a waiver or a concession to a zoning regulation would be if in fact the applicant could mitigate the issue, which they may or may not be able to do. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I don't think hang on, I don't think development standards are limited to zoning.
So maybe we
John
could,
Moe is available.
yeah,
if,
let's get
um,
John Moe
he's here as a
online
panelist.
and let's
Yeah.
switch over to any questions for tentative map so we can utilize his time.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
No.
Yes, I think the municipal code does allow for a petition if it were
Hey,
considered a
John,
private road.
we're having a hard time hearing you in here. Can you speak up or maybe change your microphone setting?
Yeah, I apologize, I'm not in my office. Is this any better?
John, I think you need to turn the volume up on your computer.
We've done this before. Is the volume up on that computer?
I can't change his volume.
Oh. Just asking.
How about now?
Mm-mm.
No.
It's about the same, John. You may need to try calling in.
Yeah, I can switch computers. If you can give me a few minutes, I'll
Okay.
dial back in. Thanks.
All right.
All right. So is Mike Lantier there? Let's bring him up and.
Where those guys go? Mike,
Good
you can
evening.
speak.
Hi,
How are you?
good. We can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So anyone have questions for Fire Marshal Lantier? Claire?
I have one quick question, and it's in relationship to the Mallard Road on the plan L1. There's an area on each side of the road that that comes off as 2 feet on either side, and it's either a drainage or a curb. And if you deduct that, it looks like that it's 16 feet across. So is that feasible for the fire department to be able to, is it code or feasible for the fire department to go down that road if necessary?
Good question. We look at fire access roads in a 20-foot width, unobstructed. And I think in this case, I believe that's a rolled curb. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca.
It's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so seeing that those rolled curbs have been on this parcel for quite some time, I found it hard for me to make a case to consider that an obstruction. Whereas a straight curb would have been harder for us because like any other vehicle, the sidewalls of the tires would be affected. In this case, the rolling of that, we can still make our way with 2 pieces of equipment going around each other. And that's the purpose of that 20-foot width.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Kevin? No? Okay, so I had a conversation with Fire Marshal Lantier today. And I just kind of want to clarify that what I heard from him is that and if you could confirm what I'm saying is correct, that the fire department does not determine the width of the road, other than it has to be wide enough for emergency vehicles to get in.
Correct. Yeah, I can't tell the city how to design your roads. You do that. I just need to tell you what my width is to get a minimum of 20 feet unobstructed.
Okay. And since you said it was a rolled curb, your assumption is that if you had to, you would drive over the rolled curb and get to where you needed to get to.
Correct, yeah. And in all seriousness, you know, the incoming units coming in are going to probably be in the middle of the roadway. It's just easier for them to work and pull hose and flake it out and do what they need to do. The moving of apparatus that's that 20-foot width. So to getting around each other without any type of issue is the 20-foot in my estimation is why that is. So with the rolled curb, we could make it work. We don't like backing up fire apparatus. They're not small. And so that is acceptable per this application, in my opinion.
Okay. And then the other thing we talked about was that the driveway where there's, you know, several houses on a driveway, not on what do we call it? The private drive. So the fire code changed in 2022 and became effective in January of 2023, which reduced the houses on a driveway to no more than 2. You said that the application came in
2020, I believe.
2020. So it's bound by the 2019 fire code.
Right.
And that you also said that because all of these structures are going to have sprinkler systems,
Mhm.
better materials being used, that it actually reduces, not that a fire couldn't happen, but it reduces the amount of the effect of a fire, and it also reduces the consequences that firefighters face when they go into a fire.
Yes, let me clarify one thing. The code itself by the state of California is a triennial 3-year process. And on top of that, we submit an ordinance, which you accept, the town of Tiburon and the county of Marin, that has the ability to be more restrictive. So that means we can actually change definitions and such. So the standard for what a driveway is, in 2019, it's a very loose definition. It doesn't link itself to number of homes served. And in an effort for the county fire marshals and fire individuals to be consistent with each other, when we made the jump to the 2022, effective January 1 of 2023, we added a new definition of driveway that says no more than 2. Whereas our standard, it goes back as far as I can find, and probably further than that, is to 2002 to about 2016. The standard was up to 2, no more than 6. And so that is the standard I applied in this particular application. So I had no problem with that driveway having 3 units on it, because it's 18 feet and the standard asked for 16. So 18 is a bit more than 16. We'll take it.
Okay. Let's see. I think that was pretty much our discussion regarding the road and your viewpoint as the fire marshal of that this development is actually going to improve the fire safety for the city.
Absolutely. Anytime we are going to now have new construction and move forward in the code for materials, types of construction, and then of course, fire sprinkler systems, the life safety element is far better than it was when you don't have those systems in place. So I don't see any reason to ever consider this to be a threat to health and safety on that particular lot or parcel, as well as anywhere in that vicinity of Belvedere. Sprinklers are good. They do good things. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any follow-up questions? See none. Thank you. I don't think we'll need them anymore. Do you? Can we let him go, Rebecca? Okay, have a nice evening. Thank you
All
for
right.
joining us.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Okay,
Alrighty.
bye-bye.
Did we find Mr. Mo?
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, we do have John back. Let's test his audio out real quick. John, can you hear us?
Yes, does this work better?
Yeah, we can hear
Perfect.
you.
Awesome. Okay. I don't know, do you want to repeat the question, or I could add on to what Rebecca had noted regarding a private road?
Yeah, the question, I mean, just to repeat it, was what criteria did you use to determine, or what criteria do you use to determine what is a private road versus a private drive?
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one Rebecca had answered this, and one item that I would add to what she noted was that this access easement, as they've labeled it on the tentative map, it only serves this development, and it's not a through road. So in my judgment, I felt as though it didn't meet the municipal code definition of a private road. So in other words, the municipal code says private road really has to meet the standards of a public road in width and sidewalks, et cetera. So it just didn't, because it only served this development and it doesn't serve the, the public per se, it's just this development.
And so in this particular case, if we were to compare it to another road that is considered a private road versus a private drive like Crest, that's probably because that was deemed a private road before the code?
I would guess so, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, I wasn't on. I have a follow-up question. So in our municipal code, Title 18, actually, no, it wasn't in Title 18, but in our general plan, it says that if there's existing sidewalks, that we are to improve those sidewalks. So what conclusion did you come to that there would be no sidewalks on Mallard Road if it was a private road or a private drive?
Is that question to me or to Rebecca?
Do you not consider, he doesn't consider that?
I would ask John Moe to consider that.
Oh, John, yeah, I'm asking you.
Oh, well, since it's not a private road, or I never considered it a private road, then the sidewalk requirement would not be there as well. But if it were considered a private road, yes, it would be required to have sidewalks, including planter strips and, interestingly enough, a 50-foot right-of-way. So I just felt that this did not fall into that category of roadway.
So, and you don't take into consideration the general plan that encourages the extension of sidewalks in the city, and especially where they already exist. That didn't come, that's not under your purview to consider that?
Well, it's more of a, how does this apply first? In that if it's not a private road, then it doesn't apply. Right, that would be considered a walkway or a facility within private property and not necessarily a public roadway,
Okay.
or even a private roadway for that matter. Right, it's more of a private site access.
So if it's a private site access, maybe this is not a question for you, but if it's if we call it a private drive and according to the definition I found, unfortunately on Google, was that it's for the exclusive use of the owner. And so if it's for the exclusive use of the owner, should the public be allowed on that street?
It depends on access rights. They could be. Certainly we need access for emergency vehicles. And there could be a limit to public access. It's not needed for public access. In other words, it doesn't serve the public per se. It's not a through road. It serves this development.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Mo? Commissioner Seidel?
One question then. So from the sound of it, there's no easement for public access on this road. Is that correct?
There could be, they do, on the tentative map, it does identify access rights. It's not actually clear. So that can be something that should possibly be clarified.
Okay, thank you.
So that brings up a question, which again, I don't know if this is in your purview or someone else's, is that, I don't know, we haven't asked the applicant, but if the applicant says, yeah, sure, people can drive on it, people can walk on it, then do we need to be concerned with the safety for pedestrians walking on a roadway? And any kind of pedestrian, whether they're young, kind of old, or disabled.
Again, is that to me?
Yeah,
Sure.
if it's in your purview, I don't know.
Yeah. I think if it was open to the public, perhaps yes. And again, I'm not certain if that was the intent.
So yes, it would be a concern for public safety?
Yeah, I think that's my opinion, that you would provide walking access, yes.
Okay, all right. Any other questions that have materialized?
Just a very kind of
Vice
minor-
Chair Johnson?
minor question, thank you. Does its distinction as a private drive mean anything in terms of garbage collection and service? Would Mill Valley Refuse still drive down that road?
Oh,
Sorry.
closer.
I'm just curious about if like Mill Valley Refuse would service a private road or a private drive, if that matters at all. I don't know if that's a question for John or it's a lot of cans to bring to Community Road if they don't.
Maybe you guys know the answer to that. Do they go down Teal Road, Barn Road, Oak, or?
I live above
Buckeye.
a private drive. They will not drive down the private road. So that's just one example. I don't know if it applies throughout the city, but it would be good to know because you have a lot of homes that would need to be serviced and those cans would have to go somewhere.
I live on a private road and they come down.
Sorry, I live on a private drive. It's a private driveway. So
Do we know if there's a limit on,
I don't know the Mill Valley Refuse.
My guess is that it's based on access. If they have a loop and they're able to get in and out in a turnaround point, then they're likely going to service, even a private easement.
so they may be able to service the private drive, but not the private driveway.
Correct.
So the trash would have to go to the private drive versus on the driveway. So you're like on a private driveway. Plus, the road does connect. It's not like a dead end road. It is kind of a through road in that it loops around. So it's not like they're on a cul-de-sac.
Good thing we don't have bears.
We don't have bears. We have coyotes though. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Moe, for joining us tonight and helping us get clarification on certain things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the tentative map? So I guess I do have a question, but it's going to have to wait for the applicant as far as what their intention is for the access rights, which may affect will affect the tentative map. So let's move on to design review, and we have Brian available. Oh, you have more questions for staff?
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought we were just staying on the map.
okay.
And again, some of these, because this is, these questions are just, they came up as in the order that they're presented in the staff report. So if you want me to delay any of this discussion to design review, that's fine as well. So staff report, page 9, first paragraph entitled bulkhead. So I know we just received today or this evening some revisions to the design review resolution about the bulkhead, and we'll discuss that later. But I wonder, at one point we discussed having an engineer offer us advice and counsel in terms of the specific timing. I know in this revision that we received tonight, it says within 60 days of issuance of the building permit, but it doesn't specify, is that before demolition begins? Is it during demolition? Is it after demolition? Do we know what would be the best time to construct and install the bulkhead as it relates to demolition?
This language I got from Brian Vanson, who has, is pretty familiar with sequencing of construction projects. He felt like this was a fair timing. We will also have probably more than one engineer review the entire scope of work prior to issuance of any demolition or any type of building permit. But Brian is on the line if that didn't answer your question.
So would it be possible for, so we could condition that in terms of making sure that type of analysis and expert advice is factored into the timing of it? Because again, I think the community has very fair questions in terms of, you know, do you need to do that before the demo to prevent things, you know, getting into the lagoon? Or do you do partial demo to get the equipment to the lagoon to do it? I mean, again, I think, you know, somebody who has much more expertise than I do should be able to tell us what would be the safest way to install the bulkhead.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
We can revisit it. And again, this is just suggested language, so you're happy to manipulate it.
Great. Also, same page, third paragraph entitled demolition plan. And this is probably in part a question for the applicant, but also I wonder what staff thinks about this. Is here specifically for demo, there's a haul route that's proposed. I want to be sure, is that the only route that will be used for demo, or that's the preferred route?
That's the preferred route. I think that was from their plan. These type, as we get closer to building permit, at the time of building permit application, this is a perfect example of what will become more specific, tight hours of operation. This is sort of at the planning level, we think generally.
Yep.
I think if this is the specific route that you guys think is correct, you can certainly condition it that way. However, sometimes in construction, you know, things need to change, and we would work with the applicant. We typically work with applicants on that.
Great. So that's also something that we can add to our conditions in terms of directing, at least in the best cases, what should be done or not be done.
Correct.
Because again, I know the community, oftentimes this is left to the building department process, but that becomes more vague for the community. And I think the community would love to be able to understand some of these things in greater detail now before it gets into that phase. I have a bunch of questions as it relates to staging, equipment parking, worker parking, and so forth, but I think that's probably best to hold on that till we get into those topics. Staff report, page 14, top of page 14. Waiver 8. So the applicant is asking for a waiver of the construction time limit. Specifically, the applicant is proposing, instead of 18 months, a 2-year time limit for each single family and duplex lot, and a 3-year time limit for apartment building, fourplex, and triplex. So my question is for you, Barbara, lucky you. Is a waiver appropriate for construction time limits? Based on the information that was provided to us by the city, a waiver is a form, and I'm quoting, of assistance under California density bonus law that allows developers to request reductions or modifications to development standards that would physically prevent the construction of a project at the permitted density level. They aim to facilitate the development of housing projects by allowing developers to overcome physical constraints imposed by standard development regulations. And so I wonder whether a schedule is actually a physical constraint.
Two things. First of all, waivers can be requested for development standards which are defined as site or construction conditions. So it's hard to say that this is not a construction condition, it's construction time limits. Yes, I mean, it may be impossible to construct a structure within the usual time limits. So yes, it could be impossible. But the problem we've been having is that since the case was, decided, I mean, that essentially the court has said that waivers need to be granted unless you can make one of the three findings I went through. And we don't believe any of those three findings can be made in the case of the construction time limits, that there's not substantial evidence that there's an unavoidable health or safety impact due to longer construction period.
But then how do you square that with this language, though, about the physical limitations of what the waivers are intended for?
I'm not sure what are you reading?
Oh, the language that I believe legal approved and was provided by the city to us.
Yeah. That's a rather general. Are we talking about the FAQ?
The
Oh,
FAQs, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
mean-
it's consistent with actually what's in,
That was, to be honest, that was my interpretation of waivers, that it had to physically preclude the construction of the project, but the courts have moved away from that. And essentially have said, waivers need to be granted unless you can meet one of those three findings, make one of those three findings.
so as such, if one was to subscribe to that thinking, so you're suggesting that we couldn't ask for a modification to the waiver?
I don't believe you can ask for a modification to the waiver. I mean, you can certainly talk to the developer about it and ask, why do you really need, 2 years and 3 years and so forth?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say staff report.
So, wait, can I just say something on this number 8, which I have make mention on as we get into this, is that our code says if you spend over $500,000, you get 18-month construction with a 6-month extension. And we have changed that so the 6-month extension can be requested at the time of design review, as early as design review. So I think that the asking for 24 months on the single family homes is probably what they would get anyway. So what the construction time limit is, and it should probably be worded, as I will say later, that it should say 18 months with a 6-month extension for a total of 24 months, which is how our code is. And I think what they're asking for additional time is for the apartment building floorplexes and triplexes. And that can be looked at a couple different ways, that they would get 18 months plus 6 months, 24, and they want an extension of 12 months to what is to our code.
Yes, you could look at it that way.
I like it. I prefer it. Because it aligns with what everybody else has to do in the city, and it makes them understand it. I mean, people who have built homes know, oh, I get, 18 months plus 6, I get 24. And so it makes sense to them if they've been through the process that they're getting what everybody else gets.
Yes, that makes sense.
And we haven't had an apartment building, so we have to make an exception for that.
So moving on to staff report, page 29, section entitled Duration of Design Review Approval. This was also a chart that you had shared with us, Rebecca, during your presentation earlier. I think it would be helpful to just walk through this so we all, including the community, fully understand what we're talking about in terms of these timelines. Because if you add them all up, it starts to seem like in some cases this could go on for, could it be seven years? Or is it longer? Is it a year? Does A come a year after the design review? So technically it's design review happens on day 1, 365 days later, you could, or 364 days later, you could go into A. And if you're a single family home, you could go to D. So 8 years? Is that, am I reading that right?
7.
7.
So A includes the year of design review.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, A would be the starting point.
Okay.
I think, yeah, it looks like it could go on for a long time. I don't know how the applicant is going to construct this project, right? So this is a request from them.
Yep.
My understanding is that the demolition permit will be issued and then it will take about 2 years to get all of the utilities and everything in the infrastructure of the project done, sort of the underground stuff. And then so that's why they're going from A to B, right? Apartment permits on lot 1, 2 years after A, because I think the intention is to apply for the building permit for the apartment while the demolition and infrastructure is going in. This is based on conversations that I've had with Bruce Dorfman, so I think it's valid questions to ask them, which will help guide you through A through D.
Great. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure. Commissioner Slaymaker.
Okay, so while we're on this, what if the, in the process of these 7 years, construction stops completely? What are our recourses?
I mean, at some point, the approvals would expire.
But then we would have it,
Then you would have, then
we
you
would
would
have
have
dirt.
maybe a partially completed project, maybe, yeah,
Not the answer I wanted.
yeah, well, yeah.
Can we have a bond, a completion bond that they would complete by? And that if they didn't, at least the city would have some money to remedy what might be an eyesore?
Well, the city's entitled to a completion bond for all the subdivision infrastructure. That's written into the Subdivision Map Act. So you could get a completion bond for that, certainly. You could also have conditions regarding securing the site, you know, fencing it, that kind of thing, that you could certainly get a completion bond for. In terms of completion bond to actually complete the project, that's highly unusual. And I've, you know, even in the cases of, you know, loans, construction loans, you know, where you might think a completion bond is desired, it's unusual. You might want to discuss that with the applicants.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question, if I may.
Vice
jump in.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Is the building department subject to the Permit Streamlining Act? Is the building department subject to Permit Streamlining Act?
Yes, there is a type of, not to this Permit Streamlining Act, but there was legislation passed 2 years ago that actually puts timelines on building departments. They need to indicate completeness or not in 30 days, and then they have a fairly extended length of time. I'm sorry, I don't remember the time to do plan check, but but the legislature did impose some time limits on building departments.
Okay. Typically, once a demolition permit has been issued, how quickly can a building permit be issued? I think what we're all getting at and trying to avoid is issuing a demolition permit and then having a lot sit demolished and not built for some period of time before building starts. So how do we truncate the time between those two things occurring?
I mean, you could put on a condition of approval that, you know, the permit for the apartment, say, or for the 22 units that they're required to replace, be issued within some period of time. The difficulty is if that doesn't happen, what recourse you would have. You know, at that point, the approvals would expire, but that's not what you want anyway.
Could we put in our condition what the consequences would be?
Well, if somebody doesn't comply with the conditions, then their approval can be, you know,
So we could say if you don't build the 22 units, your approval is revoked?
well, you need to have a hearing to revoke the permit, so you could probably attach a rather general condition saying violation of any of the conditions may be grounds to revoke the approvals, something like that. But, you know, that doesn't give you what you want, which is to have the construction occur.
Right.
I mean, maybe, I think as Rebecca suggested, I think it's worth talking to the applicant about what their actual construction phasing schedule is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Any other?
I had one last one, and this came up in November, but I think it's worth raising it again, just so it's fresh in people's minds. I know it's on the minds of many in the community, is what can the city do to manage any potential damage that might happen to adjoining or adjacent properties during construction? So I know people are concerned about, you know, foundation work, pile driving, whether there is any or not. I don't know for sure, but what comfort can we give them that they will be protected?
I don't know. I'm looking into it with John Moe and Tony Boyd and possibly putting on a condition. I mean, we have specific conditions for roadways, right? So how can that parlay to adjacent properties and how far does that go? You know, is it 100 feet across the water? You know, how that works. I don't have a specific answer for you, but it's definitely on our radar.
Is that a condition you could put on after our approval, or would that be part of our approval condition?
It would have to be tonight.
Okay.
I've seen conditions where the applicant is required to, you know, with the permission of the adjacent owners, videotape, say, you know, the current condition of the, you know, of the adjacent properties. So there's some, you know, evidence of whether the project created problems or not. Yeah.
So
That's it.
anything else? Okay, I know. So I had a generic question because I've been asked this, is that the developer has stated, the applicant has stated that their intention is to sell off the single family lots. So they sell off the single family lot to John Moe, and John Moe comes in and says, bought this lot, I don't like this design, I want to change the design. How does that get handled under this approval? And would it bounce it out of this approval? Is there a percentage of change that would bounce it out? What rights do they have under this approval once a lot is actually sold? And then that new owner wants to make changes to the design.
So so they've applied for a vesting tentative map. So after the final map is recorded, anybody who buys a lot or the developer himself is entitled to the provisions, if you like, of the original approval for 1 year after that, and can request an extension for 1 more year. So they would have a right to, I think they would have a right to the the waivers and so forth that have been granted for that lot for 1 to 2 years after the final map is recorded. Does that make sense? If they wanted to change the design, though, they would need to come back to you for another design review.
And so then it
And the
basically
1
would be
year,
bounced out?
no, I don't think they would be, I don't think they would be bounced out in the 1 to 2 year period.
Right.
Also, If architectural review is necessary, the 1 year is extended by the time it takes to do the architectural review. So they might get a year and 6 months. Yeah.
So it would extend the design review. And they would be eligible for the same waivers.
For that limited time period.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, that's one thing I wanted you to discuss, because we haven't had a subdivision in probably 70 years. Can you explain the difference between the tentative map and the vesting map and the final map for, everyone's clarity?
So a tentative map is I guess you'd call it a preliminary design for how the property is going to be subdivided. And it has to have, you could see it had quite a bit of information on it. The final map actually divides a vesting tentative map. All that means is that the developer desires to get certain vested rights, basically to be able to freeze the fees and some other, and your zoning requirements with the vesting map. This developer also has been able to freeze fees with a preliminary application, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. But anyway, so a vesting map has the effect of freezing your zoning and your fees and other requirements, for the period that we've talked about, till about a year or two after the final map is recorded. A final map actually divides the property into lots. It has to have a much more detailed survey, very, very precise measurements so that, it's very clear where the lot lines are. That map also may get rid of certain easements and create new easements. There's an existing road, so it would release the easements on that road and put, and apply the new easements. Anybody who has a mortgage or any kind of interest in the property has to sign off on it, because that changes, how maybe how the loan's recorded. Anyway, and then they have to follow all the conditions that the city's applied to the tentative map before they can record the final map.
Okay. Another question I have is regarding our general plan. So there's a couple things in the general plan that regarding, for instance, sidewalks, where we sit there and say if there's existing installed sidewalks, particularly on streets where partial sidewalks currently exist, and avoid road improvements that impact safety and convenience of walking and biking. Do those general plan items allow us to say that there needs to be a sidewalk?
Yeah, the city attorney is showing me the actual language. It says to install sidewalks where feasible. So you would need to, you'd need to determine if it was feasible, which I'm not sure it is, with the present tentative map. Secondly, that doesn't seem to be an objective standard. There's another whole issue here, which is that the city was required to tell the developer way back in 2021, or if there were, or when was the date? Maybe 2022. If there were inconsistencies with the plan, and this was not brought out as an inconsistency, because as you heard from the city engineer, the interpretation was that this was a private drive and wasn't subject to the usual sidewalk standards.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I have any other general questions. No, that's it. Anyone else for general questions? Okay, let's go to design review. And does anyone have any questions regarding the design review? Marcia?
I'll further after I read this. So Rebecca, so in other words, I don't think this mic works very well.
No, you got to bring it close to your mouth.
Oh my God.
Right in your face.
Right in my face. So this new information, basically you're saying that on Exhibit A in the design review findings, all of the information you're listed from Title 20 is applicable. Is that what you're saying?
And the
So-
question, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Okay, so on Exhibit A in design review findings, I didn't understand how we could say that all the design review met Title 20 because most of it does not. And I thought we should just say that it meets HAA.
Well, I think your staff made findings that, that it did seem to meet the findings set forth in Title 20. I guess you could simply replace that, with this language.
Because I mean, it doesn't meet setbacks or, a lot of other criteria that are in Title 20.
Well, the setbacks, it's considered, for anything they've requested a waiver for, it's considered to be consistent. Even if in fact inconsistent, but anyway.
I mean, it just seems, it's clearer to me if it just said meets HAA because a lot of the design review criteria it really doesn't meet that normally we look at in Belvedere.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's your option.
I mean, the setbacks, the lot coverage, the height, the open space, all of those things, it doesn't
But
meet.
those are the findings here are those that are in Title 20,
Right.
which are, kind of the general. You can't use these findings to deny the project because they're subjective.
No, I'm
but
not
they're-
trying
but
to
they're not
deny it.
related to
I'm not trying
setbacks.
to deny it. I'm just trying to clarify that
Right.
in these findings, perhaps it would be clear if it just said according to HAA.
So I think what Commissioner Lasky's trying to say is that when it sits there and says that it's not excessive in mass and bulk and it's harmonious with the community and some other things that it's kind of hard for us to swallow. And I think that if in 20 or 30 years, people look at this and say, why did they think that was not too big or bulky? And I think if what she's saying is just add something here in our Exhibit A, that this was an HAA SB 330 with limited review, which I think we have in
Yes, this,
the suggested design resolution changes.
right.
So I think that we can look at those and incorporate it. And I
Mhm.
mean,
Yes.
That's what I
you
mean.
know, we don't have to go in and take everything out that's there, but I think if we just sit there and say that it was reviewed under the standard, and because of the standard, the mass and bulk wasn't too high because we had nothing to say. It was harmonious because we had to say it was harmonious. I mean, I think that's kind of where she's going is that we should state that we were limited in what we could review because this definitely is not something that normally would pass the commission.
I understand.
But because of the circumstances, we're looking
Right.
at it differently.
Right.
Yes.
So there are some revised design review findings you could.
I think if we just put a general statement like Rebecca gave us on the first one, is a housing development project as defined by the HAA government code, blah, and
Yeah.
is subject to provisions of the HAA that allow denial or reduction of density. Only if the, oh, no, that's not it.
Yeah, I think on the back page.
Oh, it's on the back, sorry. The planning commission finding that the application is in substantial compliance with the criteria set forth 20.04.005 and 20.04110 through 20.04210 municipal code based upon the findings listed below. Under the Housing Accountability Act, the project cannot be denied or reduced in density based on inconsistency with the finding listed below, because they are not objective standards and defined by HAA. Goes on to say objective design standards adopted by the city are not applicable to the project because odds, what says were, but should be was adopted after the applicant submitted a preliminary application containing all required information. In addition, the project has been deemed consistent with the findings listed below because no inconsistencies were identified in writing to the applicant within the required time period. I think it makes clear what our restrictions were, and that's why it's saying stuff that would never come out of our mouth.
That's fine.
So
So do you
I
this
think
Covers it?
I think it covers it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
All the findings afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to be on the demo too.
Right, so we were just discussing that we would list all the findings without the explanation. So it's clear what the design review findings are without
Okay.
literature afterwards.
Marcia, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Burke.
Just one question on the resolution itself, page 4, section 5A. This is for me a clarification. It says each structure will be treated as a separate project in regards to building permit application issuance. Each structure will require separate application plans, permits, et cetera. So is that true for, what is it, lots 1 and 2, where is it lot 1 that has multiple buildings?
No, it's
No, that
not
would
one
be
lot.
considered one lot and one building permit.
So it's not per structure, it's per lot.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I have a question. I don't know who this is for. It's Brian or staff. This one I know is for Brian. On page 6 of attachment 1, number 5X, it says there is to be an accessible path from the apartment to the right of way, to the city right of way. Does the current application meet those standards, or is that comment there because there's something missing?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, fantastic. That comment was from one of the original iterations of the development. The current model or proposal does have ADA compliant access to the right of way.
Okay. So I think there's other items that are going to come up that were probably from a prior comment period. And I think just to have everything clear and concise with everyone and for the applicant, I think that if they've already met the comment that you made, we should just scratch it out and not have it there, because it's not really a condition of this approval because they've already met that condition. On page 7, number 18, this, I'm not sure who this is for. Can you please explain, they say, let me get to page 18 because my notes are not clear enough to make sense to myself. Anyway, it talks about if they choose not to do the development, but they've already done the demo, that they have to give it back. Yeah, so it's number 18. It says all tenants would be allowed to remain until at least 6 months, blah, blah, blah. The existing tenants are entitled to return to the units at their current rent. Okay, if the project proponents decide not to proceed with the project and return the buildings to the rental unit or rental market, the existing tenants are entitled to return to the units at their current rent. prior to the approval of the final map or issuance. Oh, so they would have to decide they're not doing the project before they pulled the final map or the building permit or the demo.
Right, that they decide, the project's infeasible and they just decide to re-rent the units.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, Brian, can you explain on page 4, number 15, what is an improvement plan or subdivision improvement plan?
Pat, can you read that whole comment, please?
Okay, hold on. I got to get it.
I actually reached out to John Moe with that same question. I think it would be a question for John Moe. And he says this includes a public and private street construction, including utilities. This does not include the construction of the houses, anything above ground.
Oh, so it's just for, all right. So those are the questions on. Does anyone else have questions on design review?
And if we're making corrections here, it references the existing lagoon bulkheads being utilized, and I think we've agreed that they will be replaced. What?
Pull the microphone closer to your face.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So it's referencing the existing lagoon bulkheads as opposed to replacing with new engineered bulkheads.
Can you give me a page
Yeah,
number?
so I'm on page 5. N. Page 5. And then it's letter N. So I think we just want to update that.
Yeah, we can just delete that one.
That one can be deleted.
Yeah.
And then I think we also would need to update the 18-month CTL or just update it to reflect what's in our code regarding CTL.
I've got that
okay.
one. Thank you.
Also, on page 4, number E, says the Belvedere Lagoon Property Owners Association approval is required for the encroachment of the docks into the BLPOA land. That is true, but the BLPOA also approves any dock that's in private property, and also includes approval for any bulkhead. So I think E needs to be worded that the BLPOA approval is for all docks and bulkheads, and not just those in Belvedere BLPOA land, but rather all, they approve all bulkheads and docks, whether it's on private property or not. And it's not that they deny private property docks, but rather they want to have their say on how the work is completed and the standards to be met. So I think that that E needs to be changed. Any other comments? Oh, I have a question for you, Brian. On J, further information is needed at the time of building permit application. Okay, on the relocated garage on adjacent property identified in the landscape plan. So I noticed on the landscape plan, there's a garage that's going to be relocated. Brian, is that on their property or on the land company property?
It depends on what is going to be done and where it will be relocated. That was the clarification that is needed. The building department was not clear on where that building would be relocated. So we asked for clarification.
Okay, and that'll come to you with the building permit process.
Yes, at that point or prior to, because there's gonna be a lot of, the building department's gonna work quite a bit with the developer, the applicant, in terms of timing, submittals, things like that. And so this will just be one of the many things I assume we would work with the developer with to figure out prior to the issuance of the permits.
Great. And then on K, can you, there's been a lot of discussion about this 2-foot wide concrete band. And you say should the band be utilized as a sidewalk, it must comply with accessibility standards for sidewalk. I think we've clarified that it's not a sidewalk, but rather it's a rolled curb, kind of a little. I don't know,
Correct. That was my
other-
concern. It was clarified tonight. A lot of the ADA comments in my design review comments are also, I guess, lack of a better term, a heads up to the developer that it will need to be ADA compliant. These things they should be thinking about them now as part of the project, so they're not a surprise coming up.
Okay. So there is a comment in one of these, and I won't get to, but it says that the apartment buildings, the apartment building, and I believe also the 4-plex and 3-plexes need to meet accessibility standards. Do you know if they've all been met yet, or is that just something that's going to come more with the when you get your building?
At this time, the standards that we can apply at this time have been met.
Okay.
There will be many more additional standards that are part of the individual construction per unit. It depends on where they are located for the apartment in terms of access, things like that. But at this time, what we can review, we have reviewed, and it was compliant.
Okay. And then this is a notation just that on number 7, it says construction time limits will be 24 months for each single family and duplex and 36 months for the apartment building per the requested waiver, which is fine, but I'd rather it read how we always do it. Because I think in some of your conditions, you say it's 18 months and it's 18 months and they can request a 6-month extension, which equals the 24 months. And then on the 36 months, either 18 months plus 6 plus an additional 12 or 18 months plus 18 months extension total. I'd just rather have that wording to be modified.
And Pat, I would add that I don't think that should be a waiver. I think it's a bit misleading to say that it's a waiver, because ultimately we are determining the CTL based on the scope of the project. So to me, it's just very misleading to say that it's a waiver.
You're saying it doesn't need to be a waiver.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's based on the scope. It's going to take as long as it takes, right? So
Okay.
I don't think that language should be in there.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
Okay, so we remove per the requested waiver. And also in number 10, I would like to add at the end for construction within the Belvedere Lagoon or affecting the lagoon bulkhead, that the BLPOA has approval by the BLPOA should also be for bulkhead in any dock.
Just to clarify, the CTL code allows 18 months plus 6 months for 24 months,
Right.
should they request it. The CTL code does not allow 3 years. So the 3 years would be a waiver
Well,
from that
It's not a
development standard.
waiver, it's a request, right? But don't they have to come back and ask for an extension?
No, they
No.
can ask for it now. We changed that.
Okay, but it's not a waiver, but we can grant it at our discretion.
No, you can grant the extra 6 months at your discretion. You get, based on the valuation, they get 18. At the time of design review, they can ask for an additional 6 months, which they have by way of waiver, asked for that for the single family and duplexes. So that can be considered a non-waiver. It can be considered part of Title 20. The 3 years is not an option in Title 20 unless they're asking for a waiver for that, which they are.
I would argue it's not a waiver. I think it's, we would be giving it to them at our discretion. We would be,
I don't think you can.
but it
Under
takes
our
as long, I
code.
get, but we would treat any other project that way. It takes as long as it takes, right? I guess I'm missing something
No,
then.
Well,
no,
no,
there's
the
a specific
CTO.
time and then you start to get fined.
Yeah.
Right, right. So don't we want those incentives to remain in place such that they're adhering to a reasonable timeline?
So I think the only one we're discussing
Is the 3 years.
is the apartment building fourplex and triplexes.
Yes.
And I don't have the municipal code to look to see, but it generally, our only code is if it's over 500,000, you get 18 months with a 6-month extension on request. It doesn't have anything in there that if you're a multifamily or anything like that. So it's an unusual request that normally we wouldn't be able to grant because we don't have any criteria.
And we don't grant it for, think about these giant single-family homes that we know are going to take longer than 24 months. They don't ask for any time longer because the code doesn't allow them to
Right.
ask for it. But in this instance, they've made an application for a waiver to waive that section of the code for the apartment triplex.
I'm
and
not saying I
fourplex.
wouldn't grant a 3-month timeline. I just don't think it's a waivable standard. I think that's a separate
I think
thing.
that's,
I mean, that's just the point I'm making. But I think a 3-year timeline for a project of this size and scale would be appropriate for those 3 buildings.
sure, but I don't think you can give them 3 years without a waiver.
So Brian, how would you, since you're the construction time limit guru? There's nothing in our code that allows for anything past 24 months. Is that correct?
That is correct. The planning commission, nor city staff, nor city council have the authority to grant more than 6 months. So as per Ms. Couch's description earlier, it would most likely be a construction standard, which would require a waiver. But I think the planning commission would be kind of getting out of its lane if it granted anything more than 6 months without a waiver. It is explicitly outlined in the code.
Okay, so maybe we need to reword this, that for the single family and the duplexes, that's just normal. And that it's the 36 months, a waiver for the 36 months for the apartment building, so that it's strictly just related to the apartment building. Does that make sense?
Well, and fourplex and triplex.
Yes.
Well, fourplex and triplex, yeah.
Okay.
Does everybody agree with that? Okay.
You'd
Yeah.
have to also talk to the applicant because the applicant actually submitted a waiver for both. And so it's within the right to do so, I believe, Barbara. The applicant requested a waiver for both.
Right.
Right. So I think we'd have to, if you're saying we don't want them to ask for a waiver for that, then I think you'd have to ask them to rescind it.
Okay, we can check with the applicant. So Brian, you have a number 11 that you're giving them a year for design review that expires on March 19, 2025. Assuming that we pass tonight. So, and the applicant has asked for additional time for the entitlements that come with the approval. Normally when you give a year, and someone's not ready to come in for their building permit, you advise them that they should seek approval for an extension on the entitlements from the design review. And according to our code, the first approval is done by staff. And then after that, they come back to the planning commission for approval for extensions every year after that. Is there a limit on the number of years they can ask for an extension on the entitlements to the design review?
No. I know that was geared towards Brian, but it's typically done through the planning department.
Brian changed his voice.
Yeah. It's something we make sure applicants know, that we have this very short entitlement approval. It's 1 year and the building permit has to be issued. Oftentimes people come in for that staff approval.
But again, that 5-year entitlement would be at the discretion of planning.
5-year,
Well, they're asking for a 5-year entitlement on
7.
ultimately 7, but the 5-year, right, so 5 years after. But that would be at our discretion.
tonight,
Correct? They would have to, right, correct.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's,
Yes, and then, yeah, after 5 years, they would have to come back to the planning commission.
so, but if we sit there and say they have to be done in 5 years, and they want to come back and say we need another year, do we have to grant that? I mean, I think the point of what the concern in the community is, you know, how long the construction's going to take, how long those homes that surround the project have to look at a dirt lot or a fence. So if we sit there and say 5 years, and then they can come back and ask for more, can we have some sort of final cutoff date that everyone knows this is going to be done by? I mean, I guess that's for the applicant on his sequencing, but
Well, these planning entitlements are all for prior to issuance of building permit. Right? So this is all so they can get a building permit. Then the CTL, once that building permit's issued, then those CTL deadlines start, the 2 and 3 years for each of those lots.
but each lot is separate.
Mhm.
So they would have 3 years for lot 12. They would have 3 years for the 4-plex and 3-plex by lot 12, if I'm remembering that right. And then they would have 3 years for lot 1. And then for the rest of the single family and duplexes, they would have 24 months from when they pulled it. So, so let's just talk to single family homes, because I don't know who's going to build the duplexes, but the single family homes appear to be something that's going to go sold to individuals. So Brian Van Son buys a lot, and he buys the lot 3 years into the progress of this. And then he pulls his permit to build the lot or to build the home. Then he has 2 years from then. So he would be at the 5-year. But let's say John Moe bought a property 3 years into the process or 4 years into the process, and then he would have 2 years. So now we have vacant lot for 4 years and then 2 years of extended construction. So the view in the community is that from, okay, we'll probably have a year, year and a half before demo, or 2 years before demo, construction and all that. And then beyond that, so that's 2 years. So then beyond that, we're looking at construction can go on for 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 years. And that's what the community is like, how long do we have to put up with this? I mean, you know, if a developer was going to come in and do the whole development, they might sit there and say, I have phase 1 over here, phase 2 over here and phase 3 is there. I'm going to do phase 1 this time frame, 2 and 3, but now we have 12 permits out there? No, yeah, 12 permits out there that all range in different times.
The answer is yes, this could happen, but I think we really need information from the applicant.
Okay,
I mean,
we'll get to them. Um, um, Okay, as far as that was, the staff report and everything else. So as far as, and this is probably more for the applicant, so I'll save that because that's what you're going to tell me is the applicant. So any other questions, comments regarding, okay, let's move on to demolition. Are there any comments regarding demolition? Ms. Playmaker?
I just have one proposal, and I don't know whether this should go to to Bruce or not. But anyhow, I would like to see during not just demolition, but construction, some form of email sent out to the individuals that live in the community, knowing 48 hours in advance what construction trucks are going to be coming, so they have some idea about getting in and out of their property.
I think that can be a question for the applicant. It also sounds like it would be something that's incorporated into the construction management plan.
Anyone else on demo?
I have comments later for conditions that I think, and questions for the applicant that I think will factor into this, but I think it's best to wait till then.
Any other questions, comments for staff? Okay. Move to that one. And then we have the revocable license. Did anybody have any questions on the revocable license? Oh, I had one question for Brian. Brian, why is there a 5-foot sidewalk on Community? Is he here? Did he go away?
I can.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here all night. Don't worry. That was what was proposed. It wasn't a requirement. It met the minimum ADA standards. So therefore there was no comment on it.
Okay, because I thought I read somewhere it said that they had to have the 5-foot sidewalk. Um,
ADA minimum is 4 feet. So
4
again, the 5 feet is well meets that standard. So we didn't have any comments.
Okay, so if the commission feels that like a 4-foot sidewalk with more landscaping would be more appropriate, you would not have a problem with that?
Building would not. I would defer to the attorney on that question.
I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brian. Any other questions? Last call. Okay, can we please hear from the applicant? Please.
Go to full screen. Where's view?
Thank you.
This full screen? Yeah. You can actually do. Maybe this does it. Are we on? Good. Good evening, Chair Carapia and Planning Commissioners. I want to keep my comments brief as there is no doubt you are familiar with our application. But first, I wanted to give a sincere thank you to the city and its staff for the considerable efforts that they have made to get the project to this point. It has been a firestorm, which has not been of your making. But as our counsel Riley Hurd will describe in greater detail shortly, the rules have changed at the state level, encouraging the creation of new housing and intensification of sites in ways that we have not seen before. In Belvedere, this situation is further complicated by the reality that a project like this has never been proposed, and as commissioners and staff, most of you have never evaluated a development of this type and scale. Nevertheless, our development and design team has tried to respond to community concerns and continues to do so in ways that are well beyond the mandate of the related housing laws. As we stated when we started this process over 3 years ago, we wanted to work collaboratively with the city. We believe we have done so. Unlike virtually every other housing development of similar or even larger scale in California, in which a single architect would design the project in its entirety, we have worked with 4 different architectural firms that are all best in class to create a community that will look organic and contextual. And we have responded or studied countless different site configurations, evaluations, building typologies, and floor plans to create the schemes that we have before you today. Without replaying the history of the evolution of this design, I will quickly go through the who, what, when, where, and why. Who? My firm has been developing quality housing developments throughout coastal California for over 40 years. We're based in Mill Valley and have developed a reputation for performance and creating first-class living environments. Upon completion, our projects have been embraced by the communities in which they were built. We're all in agreement that the location is unparalleled, and hence the reason why we are putting in the effort to get the plan right. Why? The existing units are nearly 75 years old, suffer from obsolescence and fatigue. They need a significant amount of capital improvement that requires that they be rebuilt to meet AE flood zone requirements, as well as the latest accessibility, sustainability, resiliency, code, and environmental requirements. And that's what this plan does. When? We'd frankly like to get this approved and built as soon as possible. It is certainly not our interest to delay any proposed work. However, based on our experience in the industry, predicting the performance of state and federal agencies and economic cycles is troublesome, hence the time requests we have made. What? That is the primary issue we are discussing this evening, and we are pleased to review Alternative 1 revised. But let's talk about what we haven't proposed for a moment, although it's allowed and encouraged by the latest state housing policy. The Mallard Point application, while significant at 40 units in total, is less than half of the density that is allowed. It is 3 or fewer stories in keeping with the surrounding structures, which is much less than the 5 or 6 stories that other comparable projects that are being proposed today in Marin contain. It features compelling design composed of quality details, materials, and features, and not a ticky-tack project that you would see elsewhere. With that, I want to go through some slides. This is the original plan that is still an active application and again reflects the comments that we've received primarily at the study session that was held over 2 years ago. But in this plan, you see that we have maintained, from a context standpoint, lower density along the lagoon, primarily single family and duplex housing. And we have moved the density to the inner circle where the apartment building is located. The building relates, as the city architect noted, relates to the massing of City Hall and also provides proximity to the park. The plan alternative 1R takes the inner circle and basically creates two corridors through it that will open up the site, reduce massing. One is the auto court that services two condominium / townhome buildings, and the other being the courtyard, which acts as the front yard for the apartment building, as well as a front yard for the fourplex townhome building. Also, the former lots 1 and 2 have been combined into what is now lot 2, which contains 5 units. This blows up the plan and shows in more detail some of the elements I just discussed, as well as shows some of the other features that we're incorporating in the plan, including the connections to the park, which are part of this project, as well as, frankly, the 5-foot sidewalk that we think in most communities in which we work is a minimum and, frankly, is very functional. The amount of the change is located strictly in these two elements, which is the inner circle, as well as the 5 units that are located on lot 2, a combination of a triplex as well as a duplex unit. The inner circle comparison, you can see the difference in the massing, which again, we thought the original proposal, both in terms of the site plan as well as the massing and elevations, were appealing, but at the same time, we've certainly gotten feedback that breaking up the mass and as shown in the alternative 1R proposal is favorable. The courtyard is a major element of this. We're trying to focus both the apartment building as well as building B on that courtyard, and it will provide a nice view corridor into the project from the public space in City Hall. The lot 2 comparison is also interesting by virtue of the fact that we actually had to come up with new architecture for both of these buildings. While we have tried to use the duplex, and Ron Sutton from Sutton Suzuki can speak to it more, but while we tried to adhere to the same typology that was used in the 2-bedroom duplex on lot 1 shown in the original proposal, we actually had to modify things and narrow units in order to get 3 units into this configuration. Further, we had to redesign the units in lot 2 so that we could narrow that chassis as well. But those units are 3-bedroom units. Again, looking at alternative 1R, as we're currently discussing, you can see how the massing is broken up, and we've created view corridors through the site. We've also been listening to your comments on access and the need for a sidewalk. We think one could be achieved, provided it was approved by Public Works as well as Fire Department. I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to occur, but in the same 20-foot right-of-way, we could put in a sidewalk by making a component of this from the driveway of the apartment building to the entry to 500 San Rafael, a one-way street. It would have a 15 or 16-foot drive aisle and a 4 or 5-foot sidewalk, including the rolled curb. And again, it would be the same rolled curb configuration that we've been previously talking about. And this shows how that could relate to the single-family homes or duplexes on the lagoon side and the apartment building or townhomes on the inner circle. And these are the elevations that, or the renderings that have been shared in your packages, showing the apartment building and townhomes, a view looking north on San Rafael of the townhomes. Again, one improvement I would suggest for the alternative 1R is, as opposed to looking at the apartment building, which I think has a very attractive elevation, we actually have activated this component of the site by having stoops and front doors right on Mallard Road at the south. And this shows a rendering from City Hall parking lot, looking both at the auto court that's located to the right and the courtyard located between the apartment building and the townhomes. And this elevation shows the new triplex and the new duplex on the right-hand side of our site, adjacent to the Belvedere Land Company properties on Lot 2. And this is a revised elevation looking west, showing the townhomes as well as the shorter apartment building. And with that, I think that we have some other comparisons here, but without further ado, I will invite Riley Hurd to speak.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Riley Hurd. I continue to represent the applicant. I wanted to make a few brief comments about the new paradigm of decision-making for projects like this one, which has been imposed by the state and which you've already heard a fair amount about tonight. So boards and commissions like yours throughout the county are grappling with their role under this new regime. Specifically, what it means to do design review when you are generally limited to objective standards, when you can't do anything that would reduce the density or deny the project, or as the courts or legislature has said, that would have any effect or impact on the ability of the project to provide housing. This is a drastic departure from the past. And the reactions kind of across the board. There's, the San Rafael City Council voted to eliminate its design review board. They just said there's nothing for them to do anymore. So on top of this new format, there are a couple of technical aspects of the law that take even more options off the table. So the first one you heard a little bit about, but I think it's important to highlight, and this is in the government code. So now it says within 30 days of a project being deemed complete, which was long ago here, a city has to send a letter identifying any and all plans, programs, policies, ordinances, standards, requirements, or any other provisions that they feel the project doesn't comply with. And for any project aspect that the city does not put in that letter, the government goes on to say the project's automatically deemed consistent, compliant, and in conformity with whatever plan or ordinance that may be. So this is a huge burden for cities right out of the gate within 30 days to identify and do all of this. But there is a public policy behind it. It front loads these issues of non-compliance, and it kind of stops the doom loop of the 11th hour redesign where applicants were paying hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get all the way to something like tonight and then be forced to redesign projects. So that was the policy behind it. So this evening, if there is any aspect of any city regulation, whether it's design review, the subdivision ordinance, or anything else that the commission feels the project doesn't meet, the first question must be asked, that has to be asked is, was this issue identified as non-compliant in the city's letter? If the answer is no, then it's not on the table. And examples of this would be imposing the R1L standards in the R2 zone, or things like the classification of Mallard Road, which we heard from staff was not contained in that letter. Next is the issue of the city council's decision that this project is exempt from CEQA. And the reason that's relevant tonight is because in making that decision, the council adopted a resolution that states that this project is consistent with the general plan and the zoning code. Well, the design review findings are found in the zoning code. And the city council says this project complies with the zoning and the general plan. Next, I wanted to note that the design of this project was routed to the city's consulting architect, who was asked, can the findings for design review be made? This is an objective third-party architect that the city regularly uses. And he disagreed rather significantly with the previous statements that this doesn't meet. In fact, the response was that for the iteration involving the full-size apartment building, yes, the findings can be made and design review should be approved. So that was from the third-party consulting architect that the city hired. Interestingly, the updated option that's before you tonight actually did respond to the few comments that he had, particularly breaking up the mass a little bit more, which the new garden does. So while the applicant is here with an open mind and ready to collaborate with the commission on things that can reasonably be addressed, the framework for this project is just so different than the regular single-family home that comes before you. We thought it was important to highlight these guardrails. I would like to make a brief comment about the BLPOA, and specifically that it is completely illegal for the city to condition any aspect of this project on approval from the BLPOA. And the reason for that is they're a private entity. And it may be true that the POA agreement that Mallard Point is a part of requires them to seek permission or review of certain improvements, but it cannot be a condition of approval from the city. That would be akin to saying, your house is approved, but you have to get your neighbor's approval for it. You can't delegate the duty like that to a private entity, even if it may be civilly, legally required. So in conclusion, Mallard Point, it's a housing element site. And I want to point out again that many of your other proposed housing element sites are just like this one. They're very similarly situated. They're by the lagoon. They call for increases in density. So this project really is the canary in the coal mine for HCD to analyze the viability of the sites that have been put forward. As you heard, the applicant granted an optional extension to allow the city council to decide the remaining entitlements within the legally required timeframe. So we'd ask that the commission make a decision tonight so that that can occur. And of course, we have the full project team here, multiple architects, landscape architect, the developer, who I know you may have a lot of phasing questions for. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lasky?
I have to push this all the way up here. Yes, I have a couple questions for Bruce. And this is just a recommendation that I have. I noticed that you actually now only have 4 two-bedroom apartments in the apartment building, and those are the 4 that are restricted to lower income.
3.
So I would just say that I would suspect that many people that will be downsizing will move into this apartments perhaps, and they will want more of a 2-bedroom than a larger 3-bedroom. It's just my.
Okay.
So you might want to increase those, reconfigure them somehow. And I wanted to ask you, I know we've spent some time talking about timing, but when you're talking about 3 years for the apartment building and 2 years for each, you're talking about 2 years for each home, are those going to be built consecutively or all at the same time?
Our hope certainly is that the project is built concurrently with each other, all the phases. That would be the objective.
So you'll have a lot of construction crews working there at the same time.
That's the idea.
Okay. And I know when you put in the triplex
Mhm.
lot, it's now lot 1, 2.
It's on
Um,
lot 2.
Okay.
Yes.
A lot of trees came out that were in between the buildings. So I would encourage you maybe to find a place to put some more trees and also, yes. There, you see? Oh,
Yeah.
that's it. So you might see what you can do about that or put some trees other places and near the new fourplex and triplex that's near the apartment building on the same side. I think that would benefit from some trees on the street side of Community Road and Mallard, just for, because you're showing them now with cypress and those may not be allowed. But it would be nice to have some trees there on the Community Road side. I'm not supposed to ask you this, but I'm going to. On lot 5, it's a very large house with 4 bedrooms and an ADU.
Correct.
Would you consider taking out one of the bedrooms that would be when you're facing the house from the street, it would be on the right-hand side? It really sticks out. And if you took that away, you would have a lot more light and more room for landscaping. So just, okay.
Okay.
And where do you have public parking?
There is parking there are 3 parking spaces here and 2 parking spaces here. And most of the single-family homes and duplexes have apron parking in front of them. And obviously the reorientation of this project focuses on Community Road. So one of the trade-offs, frankly, that we flagged between this scheme and the original scheme was we do lose 5 or 6 parking spaces that were surface guest parking spaces. But again, we've improved the proximity or the access to Community Road.
So how many do you have totally? 5?
Well, again, there are 92 parking spaces in total for 40 units or 39 units, excluding the ADU.
No, I mean for guest parking or.
Well, again, I don't have the total count, but if you include the apron parking spaces as well, I believe you have somewhere in the range of 40 parking spaces.
Oh, you have 40 guest
Including-
parking places extra, like on the street?
No,
Including aprons.
in the
for-
driveways.
Okay. So the homeowners association will be maintaining all the landscaping? Where'd he go?
I think this is in the staff report, and I just want to verify the last comment that I made regarding parking. So there's, I think if I'm counting right, there are 25 parking spaces that are uncovered, driveway parking spaces or surface parking spaces.
Oh, okay. And the last thing I said, I knew you were getting
Oh,
something.
Yeah,
So the homeowners association that will be there will be maintaining all of the landscaping.
they, in all of the, I'm going to call it the right of way on Mallard Road. I would assume behind the homes, those would be privately maintained.
So they will be maintaining near the apartment building and that's it.
Correct.
And what about that inner garden? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the landscaping on the street, on the house sides, or
Mhm.
will that be private? Yep.
Yes.
I was going to bring up, I don't know if you want to talk about this, the roof deck.
Sure.
I think it has a lot of impact more even up the hill with light and noise. I like the idea of people getting together, but I think it looks like it's just kind of dropped on top of the apartment building. It doesn't really go with the design of the building. And I think it's a problem to have it. I don't know if you want to just leave the wood decking, because I was thinking it's nice to have the wood decking that people could go up there because they could see the fireworks on
Mhm.
4th of July in the city
Yeah.
because you're up high. But something we can discuss, but I think
Are you talking about the club room?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, on top of the roof. Yeah.
'cause you said deck, so you're talking about the club room.
Yeah, I'm talking, yeah. I just, for me, I think it would, the whole appearance would be better without it.
Okay.
So that's, and we can discuss that more, I think.
Yeah, well, let me first respond that in order to reduce the scale of the apartment building, and again, I think we've reduced it from roughly 260 feet to about 140 feet, so nearly in half. We removed amenity areas that we previously had in the longer apartment building in the first and second residential levels. So in order to create some sort of an amenity area without expanding the building, we put it on the roof. And I think having a community room is important for our residents. And that was a way of incorporating it without, increasing the mass of, or the width of the building, so to speak. So, and number two, from a noise standpoint, that's the interior, that's a room. So it's interior and I would think acoustically, that would be favorable.
You do have one, you said an amenity room down in the lower level. I guess that's for
Correct.
exercise.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's fitness room potentially.
And you have now the garden that is between the apartment building and the fourplex. That is also a gathering place.
Oh, sure, sure. It's not programmed and it's obviously exterior as well.
And so do you have any room in the lobby that you could, no?
The lobby is primarily, I guess, service oriented. It will have the mailboxes. It could have a little seating area,
Okay.
but it's not large enough for any kind of event.
It just appears to me that it's just someone dropped it on top of the roof. So I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, and again, I'll actually defer to our architect of this building, Francis Goff, to talk about the design inspiration for that. But I think that the concept was to make it light and airy, and to not give it some of the classic architectural feel of the rest of the building. But Francis, I don't know if you have further comments.
Good evening. Yeah, the rooftop enclosure, it's meant to be something more akin to some of the more transparent and glassed in roof decks that you see on a number of homes up on the hill. There are some views from up there. But this one is set to respect, the privacy of the neighbors, and we can arrange it so that it's not overly bright or noisy. I mean, Bruce mentioned there's an interior enclosure. The exterior decks have a very distinct and confined lighting arrangement so that it's not, again, not a glaring nuisance at night. So the plan is to make it, something that the building occupants will use, but not something that will become a nuisance to the neighbor.
Okay.
Is there a plan that really shows this? I mean, do you have a plan we could?
Do you know what sheet your plan is on? The roof plan?
This is, yeah, on MF4 in the plan sheets.
Let me look at yours. Mine's too big.
The idea is that when you come up from the elevator, you'll come directly into the small club room, and then you can see the decks are arranged in a north-south direction. So we've done some drone photos from up there. The southern deck does or should have a view of the city, and the northern deck will have a view of Mount Tam. So those will be the main open areas. The sides can be a little more solid or, solid walls on it so that we don't have, light bleeding out in that direction up towards the hill.
Is there an elevation?
So I have a question. I think what she's asking, like detail, like you have no window schedule on, like what size those windows are.
Mhm.
And when you say the north exposure,
Right, you can see
are
in the
you
plan.
saying that you're going to
Mhm.
see Mount Tam by looking out towards the side? Because Mount Tam is to the west.
No, with the drone shots, yeah, we'll be able to see Mount Tam from this this rooftop deck.
It looks like it's mainly glass.
I'm sorry, mainly
Glass.
flat. Well, yeah,
Glass.
yeah, like
Sorry, it's the accent.
mainly glass. Sorry, my hearing's not so great these days. Well, we can reduce the glass, as I said, on the uphill side, if that's the issue. The main, like I said, the main views are north and south. And
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to reduce the glass, especially on the, up the hill,
mhm.
which would be kind of. the
Well, I think
south
it's
side.
important in both directions.
Mhm.
Also, well, as long as we're on the clubhouse, we might as well just talk about the clubhouse because you're standing here.
Mhm.
So, you're some 40 feet in the air and you're some 40 feet in the air. And while you're lighting, I call it kind of a Moroccan lighting. It has little dots all around it. In my book, it's Moroccan. Anyway, I don't think that kind of lighting is appropriate. It's going to cause a tremendous, I mean, you're 40 feet up in the air and you have lights in the parapet already. And the lights overhead, I think it's just not appropriate for this community. Would not, would cause a great light pollution. And I just think the overhead lights are just need to go.
Again, these are downlights, they're spotlights focusing down. They're intentionally selected. They're catenary lights to avoid glare and to avoid the light pollution.
At what height are
Again,
they?
Pardon?
What height are they?
They're at, they would be at
10 feet?
so So where's the deck? They're 8 feet off the deck?
Yeah, we just don't approve those kind of lights anywhere.
Okay.
I- And I think that for the reduction in glazing, since this is subjective, do we have to give a percentage to be clear on what we're talking about so that it is not objective but subjective?
Well, I think you should be clear about what changes, what your condition means. I mean, I'm not quite sure where you're going.
Well, no, I mean, normally we say reduce your glazing, and then they come back with another plan that shows us their reduced glazing.
Uh-huh.
But since this is a subjective design, should we sit there and say your glazing needs to be reduced by
20% or something?
or 50% or whatever?
Percent of all vertical planes.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be another way of giving a more specific.
Yeah, I
example.
think if they're not coming back, then you should give a
Well, you-
percentage.
You there. You would comment about actually reducing the glazing on 2 sides and keeping the north and south. I think that would be a benefit.
And again, I think it's important to realize there are parapet walls as well. And those parapet walls are 42 to 48 inches. So consequently, I mean, this isn't looking at any kind of parallax that you would have from grade. But nevertheless, we'll look at your suggestion.
Great, thanks.
And I actually just didn't finish. I did want to say, I think the plan is a big improvement, and I think the open garden in the space really adds to the project and opens it up. And I think it's a big improvement. I did want to say that. And I think, I think it'll be wonderful to have these apartments. So I did want to say that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a few. Oh, okay, thank you. Can you just clarify for us, we talked about bulkheads earlier, but can you clarify the type of bulkhead that's going in? I also noted on the plan on L1, it indicates that an existing bulkhead is going to remain, which I believe is just riprap right now. So is that going to be replaced, or is that a
I
mistake?
would
or-
assume that, not assume, I anticipated using the vinyl sheet pile bulkhead that's been installed elsewhere.
Would that be one continuous bulkhead?
Yes,
Okay, and
provided it's approved by the BLPOA.
And at what point is it, this might be a building question, but at what point is it appropriate to do that? Does that happen before demolition? Does it have to happen after demolition?
Well, happening from a practical standpoint, once the site's cleared, it's a lot easier to access the lagoon edge and put in those improvements. So we would suggest that, we would sequence it after buildings have been demoed. But the other issue that the BLPOA has now brought up is a seasonal issue of when is the appropriate time to actually install the bulkhead. And so originally there was a comment that it should be within 60 days, construction should start 60 days of when the demolition occurs. But if the demolition occurs in a certain time of the year, then purportedly relative to the feedback that we received from BPLA, they would not want the bulkhead to be installed. So, we would work it into the seasonal schedule as appropriate, but doing it after demolition of the lagoon facing units makes sense.
Yeah. So if it's done after, then what can be done to mitigate all of the potential pollutants going into the lagoon water? Is there just construction dust and potential damage given they're in disrepair?
There are, once again, some of the construction conditions are to, are to address that. And so I'd actually defer to your staff because you're probably not going to have it, or the sponsor generally doesn't have as much credibility talking about this, but the city staff will enforce BMPs, best management practices, to address that.
So Rebecca, could we condition it such that there's, if needed, there's some sort of temporary protection or barrier that's going up so that there's not more damage done to the failing bulkheads until they can be repaired? Something to mitigate all of the potential, construction dust and runoff into the lagoon water.
I would more lean on the requirements that will, from the other agencies and jurisdictions that will be required prior to us issuing a building permit than us saying some temporary structure needs to go in. We'll have to do a stormwater control plan, Bay Area air quality management plan, regional water quality, Army Corps of Engineer, who am I forgetting? There's a whole slew of agencies and requirements that the city will require that will ensure that debris and dust does not go into the lagoon. I can text Brian. I don't know if a temporary, I think the reliance on those other agencies and us evaluating all of those reports and recommendations and issuing a building permit based on those professional documents is more reliable than some temporary structure.
And
I can jump in real quick. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. So the state does have requirements in terms of stormwater control. It's referred to as a SWIP, or a stormwater pollution prevention plan. This development is going to be required to have one of those that will outline numerous scenarios of what the applicant stated as BMPs, or best management practices, which are elements as part of the job to avoid allowing site runoff into any adjacent areas, such as the lagoon. It'll also deal with possible spills due to construction equipment, such as a hydraulic line blowing or oil line blowing, things like that. It'll have plans as to how to mitigate situations that do go wrong, who to contact, as well as the approval from the numerous boards, as well as others that Rebecca mentioned.
Okay, so it sounds like they would be required to mitigate any potential issues that come up
Correct.
by those agencies. Okay.
I have a follow-up for Brian on this. So Brian, do we not get permit requests for bulkheads and dock repairs all throughout the full year?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. Can you just clarify the construction management plan and timing? There's been a lot of discussion about how things will be sequenced, with the goal being to just create the least disruption possible for the community, especially the people in the neighborhood.
Sure. So again, if all goes, according to our schedule, we would immediately, upon receiving the demolition permit, start that work, put in the infrastructure, put in the bulkhead, which would allow the tentative map to be recorded. You can't record a map when you have existing structures straddling potential property lines. So those have to be removed. Once the map is in place, that would allow both the single family homes, the duplexes, and the apartment building to move forward, as well as the townhomes.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else has questions about timing. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question, what he just said, for our attorneys. So did I misunderstand that the single family lots cannot be sold until the final map is recorded?
That's correct. I believe that's what Mr. Dorfman said. Yeah.
Oh, I
He-
thought he said the
he's-
tentative map.
The tentative map has to be recorded and then it becomes
Well,
the
it,
final
it
map.
would be a
Oh, oh,
final
oh,
map.
oh,
The
oh,
final
it is
map would
that.
be
Okay.
recorded, yeah.
Sorry, I am listening.
Yeah, got it.
Sure. Hey, how are you? I just want to echo Marcia's comment in terms of just how the plan has evolved nicely. And I appreciate the fact that you've been working with representatives from the city to address comments that came or are coming directly from the community. And I do think that 1R is the best plan that we've seen to date, and it does address a number of issues. I want to focus on just questions and comments around sort of the key topics that have been bubbling up throughout the community, just in terms of continuing concerns about the project. So first is sidewalks. I think we've talked about this several times, and it was newer information to some of us that it was a private drive. I do appreciate you taking on the feedback that a sidewalk would be, at least as an option, would be preferable. And I do like the option that you shared today. So I think that does, I mean, we'll hear what the other commissioners feel, but that certainly does address some of the concerns that were being raised by the community in terms of ensuring that road was as safe as possible for pedestrians. The second topic is one we were just talking about, is bulkheads. And it sounds like there's an openness, and correct me if I'm wrong, on your side to work very closely with the city engineer to determine what is the best course of action in terms of when to install and how to install the bulkheads. I mean, obviously it would include all of those external agencies, the BLPOA would all be providing feedback. I would assume that our city engineer would look at all of that feedback and really assess a best path forward, and then work with you to implement that. So is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And specifically as it relates to, I understand it's easier to do with the full demo, but if a recommendation came back for whatever reason that there was a partial demo that would actually be a better way to address the bulkheads, would there be openness
We're
to
open
that as well?
Sure, sure.
Okay, thank you. Construction management is also a very hot topic in the community on a number of fronts. One is the sequencing, which I think folks have already asked about in terms of when things would be built. The other is what's going to happen sort of during demo and throughout construction, which could go on for a number of years. So I have a couple of questions around that, and I would just be curious to get your feedback is, so all staging of equipment, parking of, of vehicles related to the project, machinery, supplies, and so forth, is all of that going to be staged and stored completely on the project site?
The intent would certainly be for that to occur. There could be situations in which we have to use community road, but generally on a site that's as large
large.
as ours, we should be able to do most of, certainly in the early phases, there could be a single family home that's developed out of sequence, and it requires special treatment.
But you would say I mean, it would be an unusual situation, or it would be the exception where anything would need to be staged or stored or housed off site or off of the project site.
And I'm going to expand the project site to include the curb line along Community Road.
Sure.
Which is,
Sure. But actually on the street is, so if we were to condition it where, nothing could be on, I guess we could have a carve out for part of community, but I mean, any other public street or city land, that would be something that you would be.
again, generally, we're working on, we have a construction management plan. And generally the DPW and building department is in the middle of that and giving us the direction or waivers, variances as the requirements.
Got it. And what about another question has been surfacing around parking. And I mean, there are parking permits that will be issued associated with the project itself, but those are somewhat limited. But all worker parking, subcontractor parking, people who are related to the project but don't have one of those few parking permits, where would those people be parking?
On site.
On site.
Yeah.
And so either on site or as the project develops, I guess that parking would become less available.
Correct.
Then
And that gets back to this question about something that occurs out of sequence.
right. And so there would,
Then,
go ahead.
again, once that occurs, I mean, 90% of the site has been developed. So the amount of
should be
activity
less.
is a lot.
Should be less, yeah. But again, I guess I'm asking, would there be an openness to having offsite parking if in fact that was required? So if you couldn't accommodate parking on site, as you just stated,
We're-
having offsite
yeah.
parking, which is fairly common in Belvedere for some of our projects, and having people shuttle back and forth.
Kevin, before you move on, can I ask
Yeah,
a question
oh,
related
please.
to this,
Yeah.
just for Rebecca? So you're right across the street from a parking lot here, and my concern is that there's just by default, it's going to be overflow parking, and this lot gets used a lot by the community. We have classes and all kinds of things happening. So can we condition such that that's not allowed, that we can't, construction parking and workers cannot park there in that lot?
It's a public lot. We don't get into conditioning projects to not be allowed to park on a certain street or a public lot.
But
Now,
wouldn't
each
they need a
building
permit,
permit
though?
gets 3 tags for their cars, right? So you get a maximum of 3 orange tags per building permit. In this case, it would
36.
it would seem reasonable that we could give more, right, based on the scale of this. That would be a call that Brian and I would make. But I would be hesitant to add in their construction management plan that they cannot use the city lot. Now, we have a very lengthy conversation before we issue any building permit for all projects, and, let people know that this is an active community. This is a heavily used parking lot. We would prefer if you don't park here.
Can we require carpooling, vanning?
Yes.
Sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I do think there are things that the city can do from a parking mitigation standpoint. I mean, for instance, if it does turn into an issue, we could contemplate a temporary parking permit zone that is for residents only within the surrounding neighborhood. So we don't have overflow on Leeward or on Community or in places that, again, according to the applicant, I mean, there's no intention to be using those places. So it should be an easy thing to implement, or it shouldn't really affect anyone except create sort of belts and suspenders that this intention to house traffic parking on site or off site is in fact maintained. So I think there are things that we can do to manage it.
Yes. Can I just touch on one point?
Yeah, please.
I was able to send the one-way road to engineering and fire. And so before we go down this path, I would just like to, I'm going to read you part of an email from Mike Lantier. He says, "This does not meet fire access width of 20 feet, which was a tenant from the beginning, and I am not inclined to accept anything like this as in lieu of." So the one-way does not work for fire safety.
Hmm.
Did he say anything about the sidewalk?
Well, the sidewalk is included in his review. He looked at the one-way with the sidewalk. It does not work. Yeah, sorry.
If
that
I
wasn't
could
clear.
ask a question on that. I wonder if he was considering that the sidewalk itself could be drivable if built with a rolled curb. It wouldn't be that different than the rolled curbs that are already there.
I talked to him about it earlier and he seemed to indicate no. He doesn't like the one-way. It's not, it doesn't work for safety. He says, if city wishes to make the street one-way, Tiburon Fire will not approve it, and that decision should go to city council to approve it as it was never a part of the original submittal.
I mean, it sounds like a dialogue would be helpful. before we
So,
completely abandon it, but
So let's go back to this sidewalk. We'll backtrack. So you were going to do a sidewalk on the house side. Is that right? Am I remembering this right? And you have a 2-foot rolled curb there now.
2-foot rolled curb is part of the 20-foot right away.
So it's part of that. So how would you get 4 feet? Would you come out into the street or would you just,
So the street. if I
the
can
street
bring-
would go from 20 to 16?
Correct.
And 16 is not enough for a 2-way road.
No.
No.
16 is too narrow.
And that's what Mike Lantier says no, the 16 and the fact that it's one way provides
Okay,
the fire safety issue.
okay. Well, that puts that to bed.
Moving on. The other thing we touched on, and I think that we have resolved in part, or at least you've taken on board the input regarding the apartment clubhouse. I do think elevations are helpful. I mean, there are some elevations that show, you know, that behind the roof line, I mean, or the roof line actually comes up to midway, it looks like, to some of the windows, I would think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so it would be helpful for us to see what you might envision with a reduced amount of glazing on the apartment house, or I'm sorry, on the clubhouse. And I wonder also, is instead of those overhead lights, I mean, are there other ways to light those decks that doesn't require overhead? I mean, could you do that with, you know, wall sconces and wall or deck lights instead?
They have lights in the parapet.
So would that, and as well as any kind of wall sconce, would that be enough to light the decks at night? I also have a question in terms of what, I know we had to go through this with the yacht club, I believe, in terms of hours of operation for an entertainment space, or what is considered an entertainment space. And I wonder if that's something that we can contemplate for conditioning.
We have a provision in the general plan that speaks to our noise ordinance or allowance. I
Mhm.
believe it's 10 PM on weekdays and 11 on weekends, but you could create a condition that states, you know, noise, outdoor noise is required to comply with the general plan
Got it.
hours of operation.
Got it. The construction time limits I mean, is there a way to do it in less time? I mean, tell us why it's impossible.
Again, well, let me go to a scenario that's conceivable, that again, the single family homes or single family lots are, we're going to be selling those, and a home buyer may consider, or a lot buyer may consider coming back to you for design review and make modifications. And so very simply, that would delay potentially when they start construction.
But for the, well, I mean, but, okay, so if that's the case, then why not make that their problem in terms of just sticking with it? Well, those I think we've already decided are 2 years, because you can do 18 in 6 months. It's really the apartment building. I mean, is there any way to pull that in from 3 years? Is that the absolute?
I mean, once again, if we ran into another pandemic where we have material supply issues, I think 3 years is not exactly reasonable in that kind of a condition, but I think that, yeah, 3 years just seemed reasonable relative to the current environment we're in. It could take longer than that if, again, we wind up in another pandemic.
Right. Well, I mean, but that's an issue that we'll all be facing.
Yeah, and the my team's reminding me PG&E has been a big issue, getting service. I mean, there are, things that we could do, we can do quickly, conceivably.
Right. Are we about to jump?
Hmm?
Oh, I thought you were making a motion to ask a question.
Oh, no, I was just clicking my glasses, sorry.
No worries. And then maybe the last two that are maybe a bit more sensitive, but also still very, very important: glazing on the homes facing the lagoon. I mean, there's a great concern within the community, especially those folks who live on the lagoon, that there's an awful lot of glazing, especially if you look at the average home on the lagoon.
I'm going to defer Ron Sutton. Who designed those homes?
Ron, why so much glass?
Well, it would be nice to have a definition of what too much glass is. The city doesn't seem to have one. So again, it's kind of subjective as to what people believe is too much glass. So certainly anybody buys something on the lagoon, there's one view, and that's to the lagoon. So to restrict that would be, something that, we have to talk about sellability of projects, but we did we did an area of every building as to the facade facing the lagoon, as to the amount of area that is on the facade versus the glazing. And what we came up with is that the largest area of glazing for one of the units was unit 6, and it was 30% glazing of that entire facade facing the lagoon. So I don't know what 30% of something means. I've done certainly homes on the lagoon with a lot more glazing than that. The house with the least was actually house number 5, which is the big one on the end, and it has 25% glazing compared to all of the facades, and that's 3 sides. So, I mean, I don't know.
What about if you were to,
in
what
the
about for
average
lagoon
of all
facing?
the units,
Yeah.
it's 32%. So less than a third of the surface area of the facade facing the lagoon is glazing. That's the calculation. Now, I don't know what that means. You don't have a standard. I don't know compared to other homes what that means. But to me, a third, less than a third, doesn't seem to me to be a significant amount of glazing. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that the glazing is not one wall. Every unit is based on a bay basically of about 16 feet. Some are 16 and 18. So they're like a duplex unit would be 2 bays. One bay is forward and one bay is back about 8 feet and covered. And as far as the glazing is concerned, the closest glazing of, and none of the units are completely perpendicular to the lagoon. They vary, each one varies how it's facing the lagoon. So in looking at that, I mean, I can give these numbers for each of the units, by the way. I have them compiled here. I can give you those for each unit, what the glazing percentage is. So it varies for units depending on the distance from the lagoon as well, where the glazing is, because that's important.
Right.
And so if we have, I have to find my notes here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so on unit 6, the glazing is, the unit is closest to the lagoon. And so the closest glazing is 12 feet from the water, the corner of it, and then it slopes away and then it steps back. And the second
But
part of
can I
that,
just ask you a question? So lot 6, is that what you're talking about? Lot
Yeah.
6? So
So
lot
that-
6, if you look at the elevation, it's hard to look at that and say it's only a third glazing. I mean, I don't know.
I can, you want to know unit 6? I mean,
you can put it up on the
computer
screen. It's just-
calculated number,
No, I mean, it's just, it's, if you look at it
well,
visually.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, okay. So it's 37% on unit 6. Unit 6 has
37% of all of the planes that are directly facing the lagoon, no other planes, no
That's correct.
side planes, no
That's correct.
roofs.
Both levels?
That's both levels, yes.
It's, I guess.
So that has the most, by the way. You did pick the unit that has the most glazing. That's number 6.
Huh.
Now, we were, I mean, this is not our first pass at this. When we
No, I
did
know.
the original study session, we were asked to reduce it, and we reduced all the glazing by about 20% total over the, some units were more than others, but the glazing was reduced by about 20%. The upper window was reduced in size substantially for each of the upper bedrooms. And then the lower areas, the side panels were brought in. So there was some reduction there.
So maybe the elevations are misleading. I think that could be part of the issue.
Well, unfortunately, elevations are always misleading because we see a flat plane. Unfortunately, we don't see how those units step in and out and how there's roofs over them. I mean, some of these units, the glazing is over 60 feet away from the lagoon.
Right.
And it averages about 35
No, I'm just
feet.
trying to square the 37%. Like if you look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
6, lot 6, it's just, I mean, visually, if you look at that, I mean, it looks like it's 70%
Mhm.
glass. I mean, not 37%. I mean, it's hard to, I'm just trying to figure out, I need that calculator and use it for.
Yeah. We can provide the drawings with the polylines to show
Yeah,
you
yeah.
how it's calculated on the computer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's, yeah, thank you. I mean, I
don't know to compare to in myself, as far
Yeah.
as.
Okay. Let me, the last issue is just the single family home FAR. I mean, it's, I guess, talk about that and why it needs to be more than 50%. I mean, there are, I think, 5 or 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that require a waiver to be over 50%. I mean, again, I know,
Just one more thing I want to.
yeah, about the glazing.
Separate issue, I'm sorry, I didn't want to, but for Marcia, on unit 5, by the way, which is out on the end, that's a single story house too, by the way, it wasn't 2-story. We made it that way on purpose so that, because we know it's out there and visible. But all of the setbacks on that one, it does meet the single family, by the way. It's not where the duplex is 10 feet from the front, all of that unit. And on the end, it's even more where it's out on the point, it's even more than 15 feet foot setback. So that one does meet all of the requirements, setback requirements for a single family. What it's worth.
No chopping.
So relative to the size of the single
FAR.
family homes, first off, I mean, when we engaged with Sutton Suzuki, they designed homes of this scale and with this architecture and the like. And because it was appropriate for this site and consistent with other homes on the lagoon, it was only within the past 30 days, I believe, where somebody mentioned the R1L conflict. And so up until that point in time, we had no idea. So at the end of the day, this is part of our, economic analysis and is part of the feasibility of this site. These homes, no question, help to subsidize the apartment building, which helps to subsidize the affordable component.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any other questions?
I do have a few more, actually. So you still have 114 bike spots?
Yes.
It sounds like a lot to me. Is there any way you can reduce that and add additional car parking instead?
Frankly, no. Cars, because of their scale, because of their size, are much larger, and consequently, there aren't places where we've put bike parking that you could easily reconfigure it to put in a car. So it's, for example, they're in areas underneath or in the garages that are narrower where you can't put in a car.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you also just clarify for me the window placement on the triplex lot? You've got these units that are very close to each other.
They're touching each other. Oh, I understand that.
So
Building 1 and building 2.
exactly, yeah. So just
Okay.
keeping in mind, we're trying to maintain privacy, just how those windows have been placed between those two buildings.
Okay, so the idea of certainly adding another unit to lot 1 and 2 was to help. Another problem with the project is that we wanted to reduce the height and provide the open space where the apartment building was. So we have to, there's some give and take to how all this works. So that's why one of the units was taken out of that whole area, that apartment building complex, to reduce the mass there and put it over here. So by doing that, what we did is we reduced what I talked about, the 15 to 16 feet. We narrowed those modules down as much as we could. We were left with that, the closest corner is about 8 feet instead of 10 feet. Between units, typically it's a 5-foot setback on each side for the first floor. And then it's 10 foot for the second floor. So all the other properties, it's a 10-foot minimum setback between the buildings. On these two, but there's a property line between them. In this case, there's no property line. So by code, basically, we need 6 feet between them to provide windows, between windows with it.
Sorry, so that's the distance between the,
No, we have, the closest corner is 8 feet.
okay.
There's one little corner, that's 8 feet. And then of course, because it splays out, we get more, it expands beyond that. By reducing the units any narrower, they became, the very narrow living rooms, and we didn't want to go any further with that design to do that, because again, the livability of the inside of the units. Now, we've put, the situation is always with us is that we put windows on the side. The question is, again, the privacy thing, and this is something we will evaluate, is it's hard to take and put windows in later after we get design review, because you're not going to give them to us, more than likely. So we may not have those windows, or it may be decided by the developer privacy wise, as you're talking, that we would take those windows out or make them smaller.
Okay.
But in this case, because that's how it was really designed, we left the windows in with the option for us then to decide if that's a good idea or not. But it does provide light for a very long unit. So the units get quite long because the lots allow it to be long. We redesigned them and they're long, the lot is long in that down the end. That's the longest lot. So that's how we got the bedroom units to lay out. So it helps to have the side windows on those to get some light to the interior of the building, because we didn't want to put in skylights. Now skylights is another option, but it's not as nice of light using. So we understand it to be, as you do, it could be potentially a privacy issue. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct.
Okay, as long as you're aware of it and.
Well aware of it,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, okay, thank you.
Okay. So I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So the garage is 11 feet tall. The inside of the garage is 11 feet tall.
Okay.
And is it possible to reduce that height on the garage level by 1 foot, 1 foot? 1 feet, 1 foot. I'm talking about the 15-unit apartment building.
Oh,
Sorry,
in the
sorry.
apartment building.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
No,
Ron was
not in
just
the
on.
triplex,
Ron's
no.
looking to respond to that.
No, sorry, it wasn't
No,
clear.
the issue relative to the apartment building, why we need to design to the 11-foot clear is because we have drain lines that are going to be underneath that, and we still have to provide ADA accessibility or ADA van accessibility. And so we have to stay above 8 feet. And then you get these fire sprinkler lines and drain lines that come in to the garage.
Okay. Then the next question I have for you, back to the clubhouse.
Mhm.
Can you reduce that by a foot?
I'm going to defer to, where's Francis? Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
height.
it's only a 9-foot ceiling right now, and it's a sizable enough space where I think if it was an 8-foot ceiling, it would feel very.
I thought it was
very
10 feet.
crowded.
No?
And my recollection is 10
Well, I
feet.
think the problem is that we don't have enough detail on that clubhouse. To me, it looked like it was 10 feet.
Should be 10.
Mhm.
I think the clubhouse is part of the height waiver. So I'm not sure we could reduce the height.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
That is true.
I think it's the waiver is for the elevator shaft. I mean, I don't know.
I think they both exceed the height.
This is the original, so it wasn't as well defined. Yeah. Say the original submittal doesn't have the dimension on it, but a room that size is going to need at least a 9-foot ceiling, and then there's probably 18 inches of structure and infrastructure above that. So if it were 10.6 or 11-foot high, that would be expected.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Oh, Can you tell us what access? I think I'm done with you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Dorfman, can you tell us what public access you envision for Mallard Drive Road?
As it is right now, it's a private road for residents only and their guests. And there's a big sign on both sides of Mallard Road at Community that say that.
Okay. So,
And I will further state that I visit the site with some frequency. Most times you could lay down in the middle of Mallard Road and you wouldn't have to worry about getting hit by a car or getting even by a cyclist or anybody walking. So it's not a high traffic road and it won't be high traffic.
well, it will be with additional units.
No, as a matter of fact, quite opposite. I think that the additional units, again, we're orienting both the access to the townhomes on the inner circle as well as to the 15-unit apartment building. So that's 22 of the units to Community Road.
Okay, and then would you consider, in order to stop the public from using the road, installing gates, kind of like you did with your Builder Remedy one? You had gates on both roads?
If, sure,
Sure.
yeah, happily.
Okay, so let's see, questions. We're not giving opinions, so I gotta, hold on, get myself organized here. Getting ready for a break. Sure, please do.
Just quick clarification on page 820.
Ashley, can you bring the mic closer? Thank you.
Page 820. So looking at the west elevation, building 11, you've got 9 and 10 on either side of the garage doors, which look like glass doors to me. Are those the front doors to the home? Is there no front door? Is it just all glass as you walk in?
Can we bring up,
820.
sorry. One check.
What is the concern? Where?
Is this the front door? Is that glass door where you walk in?
Number 9, glass door
Okay,
number
so-
9 and 10.
Where the triangles are, those are indications because you require a window schedule. That's the note for the window. That's a side light. And to right or left of that is the door,
Which is solid.
which is solid.
Okay, I see. So that whole thing is not the door. Okay,
Yeah.
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
So the other thing that I've been hearing a lot about, we've discussed here, that the community is concerned about is that what the project's going to look like to the property owners across the lagoon from the project.
Okay.
And once demo happens.
Mhm.
And so do you plan on putting up fencing completely around the whole construction site?
There will be fencing around the whole construction site. Yes.
Good, because we,
That's a requirement too. that the
Yeah.
city has.
we need that for coyotes too. There'll be a
Yeah.
coyote requirement. So would you consider on the fencing that faces the lagoon, both towards Peninsula and towards Leeward, would you consider doing a more attractive fencing for them to look at?
Some sort of screen on it.
Some sort of screen lattice or some, a wood fence that you could reuse the
I
wood?
don't know if the city has standards on that.
No, we will require a fence, but should you want to put some potted plants in front of it on the lagoon side, I'm
I
sure
don't
that
know
would
about
be
that, but,
favorable.
Well, that was my next comment was,
We could
is
put some
could
kind of
we
cover
get
on the
like
fence.
a plant, bush or something, pittosporum, not expensive, that you put like every 100 feet, just so that it has some greenery that they can look at?
I'm not sure if that's really practical because I think that this fence is going to be right on or adjacent to the bulkhead.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure if there's going to be a planting strip that's going to be accessible and where we can achieve that.
So you can't move that fence back like 3 feet and put in a little plant?
It's going to be in the, again, the area underneath the fence and up to the fence is going to be part of the
Construction.
construction site.
Okay. So, but you'd be willing to do something attractive for these people that,
Sure.
For their
with
mental
beauty being
health.
in the eyes of the beholder. Yeah.
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 Okay. So we can condition a nice fence. I agree that we need to have some, well, that's not a question. I also, since it's completely enclosed, I'm sure you're aware that we have a coyote issue. And I
I've heard
think,
about it.
yeah, and I think every, sure Brian's still there. I think every construction site needs a coyote protection plan in the sense of that it's completely fenced, because a lot of projects, not yours, are not completely fenced. Coyotes get in. And then the other thing is they go in because the contractors don't have trash cans that are enclosed, and then they put their food in it, and the coyotes come and have a gourmet dinner leftover. And, or they throw their containers on the ground or wrappers, and it has food to it and attracts the coyotes. So I'd like to put a condition on that. We just, maintain a pretty clean site, especially for the coyotes. And I think that's probably a condition we need to consider for all construction sites, because it is a problem. And so as far as the clubhouse and the deck, which you say you need for your amenities, would you consider, because you have 900-foot clubhouse and 13 something decking, would you consider reducing the decking a little bit?
Well, we have, and we've also reduced the clubhouse already. So when we originally proposed the clubhouse, and I think when I reviewed it with city staff, I think we were over 1,000 square feet, and the decks were larger as well. We've pulled those back to anticipate this to some degree. So I think we already have, and I think what we have is reasonable for our community.
Okay. And then also, I think for the community, it would be good not to have cooking facilities out on the deck. Barbecues.
Yeah, we would typically have a barbecue of some sort out on the deck. And I think that that's one of the attractive features of that area. So consequently, I don't think that that's appropriate for this. I think that a barbecue is very appropriate, and some sort of outdoor kitchen is appropriate.
That's not on the plans, an outdoor kitchen. Is it a kitchen in the clubroom?
There is a kitchenette in the clubroom.
Like a bar with a refrigerator and a sink, but there's
Correct.
no outdoor kitchen on the plans. There's no barbecue on the plans.
I don't, are we talking the roof deck only? I don't see an outdoor kitchen on the roof deck, no, on the plan.
Okay, so it's
The city doesn't regulate portable barbecues. I mean, we can't.
But an outdoor kitchen we do.
An outdoor kitchen, we would review, yes.
The other thing I want to talk to a little bit on landscaping is around the whole perimeter, kind of mostly, of the lagoon properties. You have crushed granite right down by the water.
Okay, is there a question?
So the question is, I'm concerned that the crushed granite with winds and rains and everything else can seep into the lagoon waters, which would affect the water quality.
Well, there would be a layer under it. Well, I'm Paul Lettieri with the Gazzardo Partnership, just so I identify myself. It's not just put on bare ground. It has a filter cloth under it that really stops it from going anywhere, and it doesn't really move into the ground much. It's compacted. So really, we have never had that be an issue with any of it. And plus, we will have a new bulkhead there as well.
Okay, so there'll be a lip,
Yes.
a
Yes,
little
yes, there's
higher than what the crushed granite is, so that it just can't run off. Somebody gets a hose and all of a sudden, the kids get out there and they do a hose and there goes the granite into the lagoon. Okay,
Pat, I have quite a bit of it and it doesn't really move.
doesn't move.
So it's
compacted
compacted.
properly, it
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah. But if
Okay.
it's- yeah.
Okay. I think that's what I have for my questions. And it's now 10 o'clock, so I suggest we take a 10-minute break. And then come back and we can open it up to the public. And
I know, what are you eating? Is it?
That's fine, but, your John Smith says he likes your house.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We're reconvening the regular Planning Commission meeting for the month of March. We're now going to go to public comment. The format for tonight for public comment is that every person will get 3 minutes. If you feel you need more than 3 minutes, have someone come up to the podium and concede their 3 minutes to you. We'll allow one additional 3 minutes for a maximum of 6 minutes. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Mr. Johnson? Hmm.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Ken Johnson, appearing on behalf of the BLPOA Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson.
We've submitted a written document. We've also provided that to the applicant. So I'm not going to repeat or try not to repeat everything in that. There's about 4 points, 4 points I want to make. But before doing so and responding to Mr. Hurd, there's not a whole lot we agree on, but one thing he said that I do agree with. The BLPOA does not have the jurisdiction to force the applicant to do anything except on BLPOA property. Just so happens that their proposal also includes BLPOA property. But rather than debate and come to a conclusion on that, we're really here to help seek the help of the city. We believe it's the city's responsibility, not the BLPOA's responsibility. We have been for the last 3 years, what I call maybe a single organization issue. And it gets back to that word demolition, the bulkheads and the docks. The real issue is who's going to decide when the bulkhead is going to be installed. It's been suggested that it be installed within 60 days after a permit is issued. Is the demolition going to be complete by that time? What is the sequence? Who makes the decision that the sequence should be before the trucks come in and the demolition starts? Who makes the decision that you have to do the whole bulkhead or you do a bulkhead as you sell a piece of property? This is very important on a number of levels. Number one, as the applicant has recognized, bulkheads are a seasonal issue. The lagoon is much too high between approximately the first week or so in April to approximately mid-October, depending on the weather. Then you're into the raining season. So consequently, you have a narrow time to do this work, and it's going to affect everything else. So that's why we've been pushing for sequencing. Know ahead of time what comes first, what comes second. I see no reason why the city cannot require that the bulkhead be put in prior to demolition. Your attorney can advise you on that. Don't rely on me, don't rely on their attorney. You have a neutral attorney and they can advise you on how to go about that. Geez, I didn't realize how fast 3 minutes go. Thank you, Maureen. We're in a unique situation. This is not because of the water, because the water goes on our property and it goes on the applicant's property. But to reiterate, we're not a homeowners association, we're a property owners association. And we happen to own part of the property that they have on their own survey are building on. I don't think that the state of California gave them a right under any new law to do that without BOA approval. So as to that aspect, I think it is within our jurisdiction. I do think we can exercise our own rights on that. But as to the other matters, I think Mr. Hurd's right. It's up to the city. So again, the big question, how and when. It's very important. It has nothing to do with anything else that's before the Planning Commission now, in terms of on the demolition. In other words, the key question of demolition is, when is it going to be done? And how is it going to be done? And also, in doing that, they're going to have to use a barge or some means to be on BOPUA property. So BOPUA does have an interest in this. And it's a legal interest as well as the most important thing, which is the environmental interest of the water because of our responsibilities. And we're seeking help from the governmental agencies to enforce this. Yeah, these, the prior owners didn't do anyone any gifts. They didn't maintain these bulkheads or the docks. Everybody's been there. I'm not going to repeat it. I believe all of you have been on the barge and have seen these docks, so I'm not going to waste my last 55 seconds here. But I would like to end on a positive note, and I do think it's important. I always believed in civility. Been advising that in many circumstances in this city for quite some time now. But our letter to the commissioners and also CC'd to the applicant, I'd like to read publicly. It says, all parties have to stop treating each other as adversaries and work together to protect the waters from potential water quality impacts from discharges and materials, debris, erosion, or sediment from the demolition work. Mallard Point is a member of BLPOA and can only benefit when BLPOA protects the waters of the lagoon. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So work on bulkheads.
Pardon me?
Work on bulkheads and sometimes docks happen when we're at the high summer water level?
Bulkheads, I would disagree with. On docks, I would say okay. But if this is, and you may be talking about a situation where you have a repair of a bulkhead as opposed to a new bulkhead. And you probably are talking about a situation that's not a demolition. You're probably talking about someone who has an old bulkhead that needs repair and a dock, because of other things are going on, will hopefully do it at the same time. In fact, we encourage bulkhead repair at any time the bulkhead is in consideration. A lot of people come in, they buy a new house, they want to put a dock, they want to fix it up. We said, yeah, but have you looked at your bulkhead? We had a situation 2 years ago or more where a dock just completely collapsed into the water. And the owner didn't want to do anything about it. Well, we looked at the survey. The owner's total bulkhead, as well as dock, was all on BLPA property. And so we have the right to withdraw that authority to use our property if it's not maintained. And when that was brought to applicant's attention, everything worked out quite well.
Okay, thank you.
I have just one quick question.
Sure.
So what is the prime time to replace bulkheads?
It would be October through March.
October to March.
Yeah, it'd be relatively, probably, again, it depends on the year, but I would say safely mid-October to the end of March. Rarely have the lagoon comes up, but I think those are the months.
Even though that's in the winter, okay.
Pardon me?
Even though that's in the winter.
Well, that's because the water level's low.
Yeah, I know, but it also rains. Okay, I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Did I answer that, Marcia? Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you. Anyone else? Please.
My name is Bill Watson. I'd like to cede my time to my friend here. For the record, his friend's name so far is David Parquet, and I live on 12 Leeward Road. As I've noted previously, I'm very familiar with management, development, and construction of complicated projects. My recommendation previously on the project, as was yours, was that to proceed under the completion of the guidance of CEQA. Unfortunately, the council in its discretion determined that the project is exempt from CEQA. And with that determination, our community has now lost the collateral associated benefits that process would have required. But so be it. That was their discretion. They made the decision, drive on. And that's what you folks are considering right now. Of course, many good projects have also been completed without the discipline and the guiding hand of CEQA. And as I said, I'm not against the Mallard Point project, but my experience tells me now that in order for all of us to get what we expect from this project, you and later the building department must be vigilant and diligent in your oversight and approvals sooner than later. With that in mind, I reviewed the staff report packet of 11 documents that they prepared for you regarding this evening's meeting and your upcoming approval of design review, demolition, and the map. For myself, in my review, I focused on 3 specific issues: schedule, construction management plan, and the bulkhead. I won't repeat here any of my comments on the bulkhead you just heard from Ken. But as to schedule and construction management, first, what exactly is the schedule for the project? You've talked a lot about it, and maybe my comments in some part are redundant, but what specifically is the schedule? More specifically, does staff in its documents present a specific time frame, milestones, and issues that would be required for full completion of the project and disruption to our community, notwithstanding the benefits of having that project at the end? It is a disruption of the community. As to a construction management plan, which deals with schedule, the staff require that there be a complete and detailed construction management plan for the project that is inclusive of all project issues and milestones that can be managed by the developer, that such a plan can be approved, monitored, and enforced by the building department. Where is that? I was looking to see if staff had guidance that clearly sequenced and thought through this project's complex of activities from beginning to end. Unfortunately, the staff document did not do that. Additionally, and critically, I wanted to see how the staff proposed to deal with 2 extremely important issues for our community: equipment and material staging, as you've been talking about a little bit, and carpooling. In other words, where are the construction workers going to park? I asked a construction friend of mine, could you finish this project in 2 or 3 or 4 years? Yeah, with hundreds of guys and hundreds of cars. Where are they going to be? Most cities require them to go somewhere and be there and carpool. So as I noted in my written comments, my review is difficult, as I'm sure was yours. Pardon my wording, because I know that staff's effort was a difficult one, but I found the staff documents conflicting and confusing. I found that there was no easy way to describe, much less comment on, the jumble of documents. But I tried, and I hope you at least scanned my documents. Maybe I could step back and say, if I was the developer, I would want more certainty in those documents. And if I were you and the building department, I would want more certainty and clarity in those documents. There's too much that's open. I thought more about this evening, and I have a couple of recommendations. I'm not going to talk about the bulkhead, but design conditions, if you will. As to schedule, I recommended the commission requires in its approval that the project be fully complete and ready for occupancy on a date certain that you decide. Pick a date. That's the date. You've talked around it. You've talked about it. We've talked about talking about it, but what is the date? I can easily add up 10 years, minimum. What is the date? I can also see that the project might never get completed, and you have that beautiful fence that we talked about around the project forever. As to the CMP, first I recommend that there be proof in the form of a detailed construction management plan that the developer can, in fact, complete his entire project by your date certain, and that there be appropriate remedies for non-completion. Talked a little bit about that. Maybe you can finish talking about that. I further recommend that the CMP be prepared with readily available construction and project management software that be delivered for approval to the building department as soon as reasonably possible after your approvals. And that it be inclusive of all time, task, talent, project issues, and project milestones that must be completed by the developer to meet your schedule. Doesn't mean we're going to like it, but that's where your unclarities are going to come from. You're going to see them and, oh, there's a problem. Well, let's fix it. Additionally, I recommend the building department monitor and enforce the CMP to ensure that the critical path on this project of activities continues to demonstrate that those required activities will happen. Second, I recommend that a construction management consultant be hired and that the developer pay for it. That only benefits the developer, but it also benefits you folks. And third, and critically, I recommend a plan that the construction worker parking be through carpool and construction equipment material staging occur either on the developer's own site or remotely. That is, none in neighborhood in the local area. That's not an untypical thing. When I built my house in Mill Valley, no workers could park on the site or near the site, and they had a designated place they were to carpool from. So those are my comments. 1 second. I appreciate them.
So I have a question for you. You talk about construction management software.
Yes.
So that the city could use with not only this applicant, but other applicants. What kind of I mean, obviously it's construction management software, but you know, what kind of software is it? What is it?
Well, what it is think about it as a big whiteboard. Everybody sits in the room and you put on there a general schedule you're talking about, and then you tell your folks that are familiar with the software, go fill in the blanks. And the software asks for questions on time, task, and talent. Who are you doing and what and when? What are the critical milestones? Put all those on. And what the software does is it connects the dots. And then the software will find the critical path, as they call it. You add up the worst case. I mean, if things are done in parallel, that's not the critical path. Things are done you look for the series. That is this, and you can always see that in this software. And this isn't rocket science. And there are consultants, and I'm sure the construction folks that will be at work on the site, as big as this project is, pardon me, they will have that software. But it will show the critical path. It will show the busts in the critical path. And let's say, as Mr. Dorfman said, what if a house wants to be sold? Well, that's fine. That happens all the time. Well, go change the schedule and see what happens. Oh, I got to come back and ask you folks about A, B, and C. Well, now my schedule's 11 years. Well, it gives you information to make your future decisions and your present decisions.
Okay.
It's not rocket science.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
Good evening, David Kenneth Smith. I live at 7 Leeward Road. As the Mallard Point project proceeds to the permitting stages of demolition and construction, I address the Planning Commission as a 7 Leeward Road resident in acute proximity to the site where the developer anticipates beginning work in 2025. My purpose is to emphasize the importance of an effective construction management plan as part of the demolition and build-out phases. On weekday afternoons, like this afternoon, there are often more than 50 vehicles that park on Community Drive or in the City Hall parking lot to access the park, playground, and City Hall. Children, seniors, dog walkers, and others are routinely present in the common areas as well as often crossing the roadway. The one-page 2021 construction management plan submitted by the developer's builder, Midstate Construction, notes that traffic control during demolition and construction will take place in a routing loop during demolition and construction from Beach Road to Community Road and onward to Mallard Point, with quote, flag persons used for traffic control anytime traffic is slowed, stopped, or redirected. Plans for pedestrian and public safety, such as using worker carpools to lessen traffic density, should be carefully developed with the affected neighborhood. Additionally, the CEQA investigation memorandum for Mallard Point, prepared for the city by Ascent Environmental in October 2023, notes some 80,000 square feet of debris will be removed. Furthermore, construction equipment, according to Ascent, would include tractors, loaders, backhoes, bulldozers, graders, scrapers, pavers, paving equipment, industrial saws, forklifts, generators, and rollers. Ascent states off-site construction hauling and vendor trucks would utilize Beach Road, San Rafael Avenue, Community Road, and Leeward Road. Mallard Point demolition and construction should be sensitive to the Leeward Road neighborhood, which is already fully utilized by residents and visitors. The presence of heavy industrial equipment transiting parked or routinely stored or long-term on Leeward Road will negatively impact our already influenced neighborhood. Storage and staging solutions to include designating on-site unloading zones, minimizing the presence and movement of construction vehicles, as well as scheduling construction deliveries must be fully explored. The Leeward Road neighborhood will continue to liaise with the city on the preparation of a robust construction management plan for the upcoming project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, my name is Tom Price, and my wife and I have lived on the lagoon in 3 different houses since 1977. We want to thank you for all your efforts, and particularly in your support of the citizens on your decision on CEQA. We regret that the City Council disrespected your findings and facts to protect our town. However, that finding now has apparently been overturned, and your job is to make sure that this project is approved and built within legal bounds available, meeting the environmental protections and all we all need with reasonable time parameters. Well, you've received many comments and will receive many more knowledgeable comments. I have 4 points I'd like you to consider in your findings going forward. Number 1, it should be absolutely mandatory that the bulkheads be built before demolition. Number 2, require the low-cost housing units to be completed before any of the lots or projects can be sold off or constructed, so that we know that in fact will be built. Number 3, require the developer, whoever that may be, if it's sold, to provide proof that financing is irrevocably in place to complete the whole project. And number 4, apply Belvedere's penalties to delay construction at the same rate our citizens must comply with. To this point, when we built our house on Peninsula Road, we ran over the time due to external circumstances, but we paid the fine without argument or appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please, Ms. Bergson.
Hi, Marika Bergson, 5 Edgewater Road. I am a member of the BLPA Board of Directors, but I am speaking tonight on behalf of myself as an individual. So I want to be clear about that. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm here to affirm the earlier discussions, as well as make the recommend the new conditions that were on the piece of paper that was floating around regarding requiring the geotechnical and structural engineering report and analysis and construction design permit application and in addition, construction of the bulkheads prior to demolition. I don't need to go in and on about all that it's already been discussed. Everyone in this room has acknowledged that the bulkheads are not in a condition that they can support the new project. Everyone has personally seen them. The city's own staff report acknowledged that no work has been done on this property, including the bulkheads, since 1951 through 56. So to expect that a new FEMA compliant housing can be supported by bulkheads that were done without proper engineering back at that time is not reasonable. And in fact, the city has a policy that it adopted in 2017 that basically directed through the building department that directed an engineered bulkhead and replacement of the bulkhead with an engineered type of bulkhead for new FEMA compliant construction. So the city has in its records all very clear direction as to what is required here. Delaying that or avoiding that, I feel, puts the city at risk. You know what is needed. You know what will be required. And to allow demolition work that will go right up to and possibly into the water would be to allow work that you know is in a risky soil stability situation. I feel it would concern me as a planning commissioner and as a city attorney and city manager that would expose the city to potential liability should there be a problem. Don't wait until later after the problem has already happened, or don't leave it on some poor single family home buyer on lot 5 to try to put in a bulkhead and bear legal responsibility for something that the city knows is needed now. That's not fair. The project developer is creating 900 linear feet of new vacant ground and bringing on equipment that will damage that bulkhead and that separation between the lagoon waters and the property land, and needs to be stable to hold up the new buildings that they plan to put up there. I encourage you to require them to do what is necessary to support their project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Yes, please.
Andrew Barnett, 50 Peninsula Road. Famously, Colin Powell said to George Bush when they went into Afghanistan, if you break it, you own it. Many of the community members here, in fact, a majority of the community members wanted a secret review. The Planning Commission voted unanimously for it. The City Council basically broke it. Unfortunately, they broke it, but you guys own it now. And I don't feel that the city and the city staff have the adequate skills, time, or energy to manage a project of this scope. My wife and I met with Peter Mark for more than 3 hours following the city's vote to not require a CEQA review. And he assured Jill and I that there would be additional outside help to manage this project. There's an expense involved with that. But again, no one here is working full-time at doing it, and our city staff does not have the capability. So I strongly encourage you, to the extent that you can, to work to hire an outside third party to oversee this project, to analyze all of the studies that come out of the Regional Water Quality Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Peter Mark indicated that that would be done. He also indicated to Jill and I that the expense of it would be covered by the permit fees that would be imposed on the developer. I don't know that that's possible, but notwithstanding that, and unfortunately, Peter's not here to address what I'm saying. But our staff can't do it alone. You guys are not full-time employees doing this, so you probably work almost full-time on this. We need an outside third party to oversee this project.
So I have a question. I'm sorry, I've never heard this part. So Peter Marks said that we would be hiring a third party to oversee the construction part of the project?
To oversee the entire project. He acknowledged that our
Okay.
staff here is overworked and don't necessarily have the capabilities to take care of a project like this. And Jill was with me. We took contemporaneous notes, which we distributed amongst various parties. This is a huge project. Our staff is not equipped to do it. They have no prior experience doing it. They don't really have the technical ability to be overseeing this. We're going to be dealing with government agencies to the extent that that's not done on individual projects when a single lagoon home is altered. It's just too big of a project. And as a community, we need to invest in that, because if we don't invest in the front end, we're going to end up paying it on the back end when we have to deal with all the environmental problems that occur as a result of it.
Thank you. Rebecca, have you heard of this? Have you been privileged to any of this communication?
No, I have not.
Okay. Anyone else in the room? Come. See none, we'll move on to Zoom.
Hello, planning commissioners. My name is Carmela Davis. I grew up in Marin County and I currently work with the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, also known as MEC. I'm speaking to you today in full support of the Mallard Point project and approval of the applications set before you this evening. Throughout my life growing up here, I've always been acutely aware of the issue of a lack of housing and affordability. We are in a housing crisis, and due to that, Belvedere needs to produce more housing. This project will help to meet the RHNA requirement of 160 new units. It's a privilege that many of those that have spoken tonight have been able to live in Marin for many decades, and it's time that new people and new families can join in on that and enjoy Marin for what we know it to be: beautiful, well-resourced, and welcoming. You have the opportunity to make forward progress for residents of Belvedere and Marin County. It is within your right to set parameters for construction management and completion bonds in the subdivision map application. But I've heard from many Marin residents that a project like this is one that they would be happy to see developed. And additionally, the recommendation from city staff tonight is to approve the requests that are up for a vote tonight. I urge your support for this much needed project, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Rothman, you can speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I did have a question. About a year ago, the city council had a meeting at which they said that the current time limit, construction time limit regulations are not working. The idea of fining people when they don't get done is not effective. They said that people just build that in to the cost of construction. Instead, a whole new plan was proposed. That plan was that people would have a certain time limit and they would have to buy additional time in advance before that time limit had expired. And each time, I think the cost of the permit doubled, so that before very long, it was an enormous sum of money. And the city staff and the city council felt that was a great idea. And yet in discussing, but it didn't go anywhere in terms of getting enacted. So I have a question. If that system for time limits was really better, which we were all told it was, why has it not been instituted? And the time limit that you discussed this evening were under the old system, which the city council and staff said is ineffective. So which system will be in place? Does it, based upon when the building permit is issued, when the plan is approved, when is it enacted? When will the new thing be enacted so that there will be a new system that will be more effective to prevent overtime building? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So because it's a SB 330, are they locked into what our rules are today, even if they get changed, or?
Yes.
So the answer, Dr. Rothman, is that this is different than like a neighbor down the street that's building a house on Cliff Road. This is a SB 330 Housing Accountability Act project. And according to state law, they're locked in as of their date of application, which goes to 2019,
It's
20?
August 2021.
Oh, 21. So whatever happens, they're locked into what the rules were in 21.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. I do not see anyone else. No one else?
No.
No one else? No. Okay. Close the public hearing and give the applicant 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Take much less than that. Again, my name is Riley Hurd. I'm just going to respond in order to some of the comments we heard. First, I absolutely never said that there weren't aspects of the project that require BLPOA approval. So I just want to say that again and clarify for Ken and others. The only thing I said was that the city couldn't condition the project on the BLPOA approving the parts that they may be privately responsible for. So that's an important distinction. We're acknowledging the need to work with the BLPOA in a private civil context. Next is I think there might be a little bit of confusion about where we are in the process. These are design drawings, and we're here for design review, and of course the map and the demo permit. But when we come in with construction drawings, which is the next step and is 1,000 times more detailed, that is when we're going to go through the construction management plan process. And to say that Belvedere takes that seriously would be an understatement based on, I've worked in all jurisdictions in Marin, and that is where parking, staging, when to do the bulkheads, all of those things are going to come into that CMP process. And I'll tell you, to do a bulkhead of this length, you have to have access from land. You have to. So some demo has got to occur to make this happen. It's not, something of this length does not happen just from the lagoon side. You're using a long reach dozer to get it in there and hammer it down. I'll just briefly respond as to why projects don't have dates certain that from the planning approval, they have to be completely finished. We do bond for infrastructure. So that's the road, utilities, and the things that go in. But when the actual project moves forward depends on, I'd say about 60% of what it depends on is completely outside the control of the developer. First of all, the single family home lots are going to be sold to others. So that's up to them. Second of all, unless you can control the Federal Reserve for interest rates and your financing, whether a pandemic happens, what the construction costs are, and all of these other things, you'd be crazy to get up here and guarantee when you could build something. We've seen it over the past many years for all different reasons, but I can assure you, the owner wants it done the fastest. So that's what kind of gets lost in the discussion. They have the biggest impetus to get it done quick because they need to get their money back. So my closing response to everything is the housing element that you've drafted multiple times, the new state laws, they say remove impediments to housing. There's multiple commitments to facilitating new development, getting the RENA built. That's what is contained in the document. And so it's true, it's different than before, and it wasn't a local choice. This is top-down governance, but that's where we find ourselves. And so we'd ask for your support and to keep those things in mind as you consider the project. Thank you.
And I just want to add that the one thing it seems like everyone wants is certainty. Certainty of execution. We obviously want certainty of design. And I would say that the one thing that obviously isn't in your bailiwick as part of this decision, but is fundamental for any project is the economics. So the stronger the economics, the greater the certainty that a project occurs within, sooner. Point simply is that to the extent you're thinking of design conditions that may impact the marketability of units, the greater the burden that's going to be placed on a potential buyer or us in executing it to recognize the economics or realize the economics that are required to move a project forward. So again, we're here to work with your staff. Our experience is that staff has been professional, very professional at the building, planning, and public works. And consequently, I would expect that a lot of the issues that have been raised tonight, we expected it to be more focused on design-related items, but relative to construction sequencing and the like, staff is it's important that you trust your staff and that we can work with your staff on these items. Because as Riley did point out, so much material is going to be covered when we get into the details of permitting and the like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So bringing it back to the commission for discussion. I'd like to have you take each segment, each motion that we're asked to pass and discuss it. Include all your comments, even if it's repetitive from another commissioner. And if you feel that we need to have additional items addressed in either design review, demo, tentative map, or the revocable license, I'd like you to state what those reasons are so that we're clear to the applicant as to what exactly we might be looking for. So Commissioner Burke, you want to go first?
I was afraid you would do that. Proximity is not always a good thing. I'll need it. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the applicant for the work that you've done to continue to evolve the project. Thank you to the community for being very vocal about what you cared about, what mattered to you, and how you wanted us to proceed. I do think that, as everyone knows, based on, the early briefing from our legal counsel, I mean, there are some boundaries to what we can opine on. There are some boundaries in terms of what we can decide upon in this particular meeting. And so I'm going to focus my comments hopefully within the bounds of that. And maybe I'll push the boundaries. Who knows? Somebody will certainly tell me, I'm sure, if I do. I do think that it's also important to remember, I think this is only the second time it's come before us, and this is the only time it's been a design review. I mean, unless it predates my being on the commission. And so, while it might feel like a lot of discussion and commentary around some of these issues, this is the very first time we've had the opportunity to provide public commentary. I do think that there are a number of things that I would like to see included and or reflected in the resolutions as we move forward to what might be an approval. One, I think, why don't I start with the bulkheads, because that's what everybody, or that's been a common issue. I think for me, the bulkheads, I would want to ensure that there's a continuous bulkhead that will be engineered and constructed along the entire property that faces the Belvedere Lagoon. It feels like there's total agreement about this. Feels like the applicant is also very comfortable with that commitment as well. I also would like to see the engineering and construction of the bulkhead to be consistent or to be based on the recommendation, the recommended specifications from the Belvedere city engineer. I'd like to see that recommendation be informed by the applicant, the BLPOA, and all relevant third-party agencies, including people like the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers, and whoever else the city feels like is relevant and should be opining on this. And, as part of that process, they will determine those expert opinions, not lay people, that those expert opinions should determine how best to engineer and construct and time that construction of the bulkhead. And again, I would leave it to those experts to figure out what is best and to work with the applicant to make that happen. So that's my thoughts on the bulkhead. It sounds like in terms of the sidewalk, the only way to accommodate that within the scheme would be to change the street to one way, which doesn't work from a fire standard or safety standard. So I think we'll have to leave that as it is. Personally, I wouldn't be in favor of gating the street. I think, again, putting signs that say it's for resident use only, I mean, letting people wander in if they need or want to would probably be fine. I agree with one statement that there isn't much activity on that road as it currently stands, and I don't think that would change significantly based on the proposed plan. In terms of construction management, I know that's also been a very, hot topic today. I would, even though this typically is something that we leave for the building department and the city staff to deal with the applicant later in the process, again, I think to give people comfort, to give people transparency into what this process is and how it may be conducted, I think it is appropriate for us to add some conditions to the approval. I would advocate for things like all staging, storage, and equipment housing shall be done solely on the project site, including lots 1 through 12. If it needs to go up to the curb cut is what the applicant was saying, so be it. I'm sure that the city can figure that out or what makes sense. For me, I think it's important to say, for the sake of clarity, that means there's no staging or storage and equipment housed on any city property or streets and or residential property unrelated to the project. I think there's a concern that some of the neighboring streets would be involved in this process. I think we've received assurances from the applicant that it won't, but I do think that it's important to put that in writing and have that be a condition. I think construction parking permits issued should be issued only to a minimal number of essential construction supervisors consistent with Belvedere's building policies. I do believe the city should develop and implement as necessary a parking management plan to ensure the maintenance and preservation of parking on all city streets surrounding the project. For the sake of clarity, this may include programs like residential parking permit zones that are often used to manage parking inflow in residential neighborhoods. Again, I think it's important to put these types of belts and suspenders in this, given we've never seen a project of this size and scale in a community so small as our own. I also believe that we should condition this on the fact that all vehicles related to this construction workers, subcontractors, and other individuals connected to the project be parked at an offsite location. Well, I would change that either offsite or onsite. So again, I think whatever the applicant can house on lots 1 to 12, I think they should be able to do that. I think, as he said, that will probably change over time as construction is underway. But again, I think an offsite location will be necessary to be used as well, and those individuals can be shuttled to and from remote parking to the project site. Construction sequencing, I do think if we are able to do so, we should condition that lot 1 and 12 are developed first to ensure that the affordable housing units are made available as soon as possible. That's what all of this is based on. And so I think we should ensure that that happens before anything else, or ensure that happens as soon as possible. I'm trying to think before I get to the really sensitive ones. Duration of design review approval. I'm still a bit confused on this and how this differs from the year we have, or the applicant would have, from based on if they get approval today, and then what additional time they have for that approval to stay valid. Am I reading it correctly that all of these things would be, this is all just about having the validity of the approval be extended by those number of years? So for infrastructure and demolition permits, 2 years from final approvals, apartment permits on lot 1, 2 years after A above. So is that all just for the duration of the design review approval?
Yes, but it also speaks to the demolition.
Right.
Each of those entitlements is asking for a specific time frame.
So what would be the hardship? I guess I don't understand why those are so necessary. Maybe I need to ask the applicant this, and I should have done it before, but why, let's say, why couldn't that each one of those be 2 years?
I think because the demolition has to happen before the.
So you could have demolition for 2
construction.
years, but then B, C, and D could just be bound by a 2-year time frame.
Well, he's saying from A, right?
Right.
2 years from A.
Right.
Right.
Well, still, that's better than 5 years from A.
So you're saying it should be 4?
I
You're
guess,
saying
yes,
it should
would
be
a
4
max of
instead of
4
7.
versus 7.
D, well, D is asking for 7 from today.
I think what he's saying is that they get 2 for demo
And 2 for everything
and
else.
2 for everything else. So total of 4 years.
All right, well, I'm going to ask for it. B, C, and D, 2 years.
2 years from A.
2 years from A, so a total of 4.
So finalization of A.
Yeah, I mean, so you would just literally change the
Yeah.
3 numbers in B, C, and D to,
2.
well, 2, I'd say really just C and D.
Mm-hmm.
We should condition it on a completion bond as appropriate. I think there are certain limits to what we can do there. I mean, site securing, I mean, infrastructure and so forth, but we should make sure that that's all baked in. I also think that we, and this is the conditioning that I will need help from the city attorney and staff, is establish a bond or process for protecting adjacent properties from damage, and importantly, provide a path for remediation if damage occurs. So I think that should be a condition. I would also like to see, as we discuss the glazing on the apartment building clubhouse, reduced. I would propose 50% of vertical area of the clubhouse. I would like to see the hung deck downlights eliminated and replaced with, downward wall sconces and deck lights, or something else that would mitigate that light pollution. I'd like to see hours of use to be established for the clubhouse and exterior deck. I also think we should condition that there will be no exterior speakers, audio equipment, or any sound amplification to, or all of this would be prohibited in the clubhouse or outside of the clubhouse. I'm sorry, not within the clubhouse. Lagoon facing homes, I'd like to see glazing reduced by 10%. I'm not commenting on floor area ratio because the applicant did state that that was used in their feasibility study to determine the economic viability of the project. So we are prevented from actually commenting on that, although glazing was not mentioned.
Can you pull
And-
your microphone a little bit closer?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you pull the microphone a little
Sure.
closer? Thank you.
Do you need me to restate anything? Say no. And let me just check and make sure I got everything else that I wanted to say. Those are my comments. Again, I think this is the best option that we've seen. I do hope that the community, those that have been opposed to it in its entirety, those have been opposed to it partially, and those who have been in favor of it, because there are many people that fit into all of those categories within the city. I do hope that they can see that this is the best outcome based on the different options that have been put forward to the community. And so I hope we can, with these conditions, feel good about how this project will proceed at this point in time. Thank you.
So are you saying you can make all the motions?
I think based on those conditions, if all of those conditions are met, I could make the findings, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Seidel?
Thank you, Chair. My comments are going to be primarily focused on the design of the project. I want to let folks know I had an opportunity to meet with the developer several more times since the last hearing. I know other planning commissioners have as well. I think I would start out by expressing some appreciation of the fact that the applicant has been willing to entertain an ongoing dialogue with us. You know, I think we're all getting used to the new state laws, and it's not entirely, I don't think they were literally obligated to do it, but I think they've acted in good faith, and I think it's had a beneficial impact on the design for the project. I'm not going to catalog everything that I think is more beneficial in this scheme, but I do want to touch on a couple of things because I think they really address things that bring this more into alignment with what I consider to be good planning and good architecture. One of my hopes for the project was that the project would create an appropriate kind of frontage facing our primary community space, the community park, our city hall. To do that, a generally accepted planning approach is that you want an activated ground level to the building. That was one of the things that concerned me about the original application. By necessity, they had located the parking structure for the apartment building above grade, and it was close to the sidewalk with ventilation grills running virtually the entire length of the property. What we have here now, a single building now replaced by 3 structures, so you have more cadence, more open space, but you also have active uses located facing Community Road. So in the smaller apartment building, you've got a porch that leads to a lobby, and those both face Community Road. And in fact, in the original scheme, the lobby for the apartment building was back on Mallard and somewhat invisible. You also have an amenity area, perhaps a fitness room that anchors the corner nicely at the intersection of Mallard and Community. So the whole above grade garage has been reduced to perhaps between 20 and 25% of what it was. And I believe that can be adequately screened with shrubbery. Then you have 2 additional townhouse buildings with ground level entries. So it really presents a very different aspect to our community. And I think that once it's realized, I think people will find it quite pleasing. A couple of points that have been discussed tonight. I'm in support of the club room and the deck on the roof. I think this is something that we see frequently in higher density projects now. Higher density projects tend to have less available open space on the site, and it is a very welcome amenity for the residents there. I think it can be managed by the property management. It can have hours, all of that, and be managed in a way that I don't think it's going to be an affront to the community. Kevin has suggested some reduction in glazing. I think that's all right. I can go along with that, although I would point out that actually glass is probably the least obtrusive material in a way. I think that in particular, I would look to reduce the glazing on the side facing Community Road and the hill, because that's where it's going to be the most visible. On the other sides, people are looking at the community room from a low angle. The parapets are going to screen it for the most, the most part, since it's located in the center of the building. So, you know, with those general comments and not getting too exhausted, I'll be able to make the design review finding for the project. Regarding the demolition permit, I'll be able to make that finding. There's quite a bit of discussion about the specifics of timing. I'll have to see where the commission comes out on that. I personally hesitate to try to nail it down. I don't feel like I'm knowledgeable enough. I would prefer to let the city staff work with the various agencies, the applicant, and BLOPA to find the right avenue to get it done. I do think that it's difficult to get in there and install the whole bulkhead, which I do believe should be done as a continuous project, without doing at least some demolition, if not all. But these are things that, you know, as an architect, we call them means and methods. We usually, you know, we can set the concept, but I think we usually leave the details to the agencies and then the people who are actually executing the work. So I'm going to listen to what the rest of my commissioners have to say on that. I've got 2 more motions to go through, right?
Okay.
Just per your instructions.
Yep.
As to the tentative subdivision map, I do want to circle back on one item there. It relates to the road. My interest was mightily piqued when the applicant put up a graphic that showed a sidewalk being added. Personally, I would like to see if there could be further conversation with the fire department on that subject. I think it would be a great addition to the project. I know the fire department in the end of the day is going to have their say, but before we write it off, I think because it could be potentially such a benefit to the project, I'd like to suggest to my commissioners that we see if there's a way that that conversation could be ongoing. As an aside, because this was on my mind this morning and I had previously heard it floated of maybe adding this sidewalk into the 20 feet, I remembered that I used to live on a one-way street in San Francisco that was absolutely charming. And I drove there this morning and I measured the dimensions, and it matches exactly what would be the result if this sidewalk was taken in. Obviously, San Francisco Fire can protect that street. I know they weren't working under the current rules when that street was created, but you know, sometimes there's ways to accomplish things. So I'm just going to toss that out as a thought for the rest of you to think about. And I will be able to find in favor of the revocable license as well. Thank you.
Thank you again. Commissioner Lasky.
I do think this is such a great project, and these apartments really are much needed in our community. And this site has not been worked on for 70 years, as they mentioned. I think it's a much welcome addition, and the builder and architect have really listened to the community and made the whole project, and the design has evolved, decreasing the apartment building, adding the open space, which I think really makes a big difference, the garden, and the separation between the townhouses. So I think that really is visually much improved. And I also appreciate the different architectural styles of the project. I think that also makes a huge difference instead of having it look like a big commercial project. You do need to increase the 2 bedrooms, which maybe you will be able to do. I think that would be a great addition for the community. I can make the findings for design review. I don't know where to put the bulkhead. I guess that will go in demolition, but in the demolition permit, but I can make the findings for design review. And I can also make the findings for the demolition permit. And I do think the bulkhead, if it can be done before the demolition, would be very helpful. If there's a space to get into the water, because I can just see a lot of debris going into the lagoon if that's not accomplished. So I think that would be really helpful. And I guess back to design review, I think the clubhouse should have the glazing decreased, maybe even on 2 sides. So I agree with that. Building department. I actually tend to always leave most of the issues with the building department to the building department. All the construction issues, I think, should be left to the building department. They do a very thorough job of all of that. And when the process goes on and it's timing, they will address all of the construction issues. On the tentative subdivision map, I just have one question. In the staff report, it says the city may approve a tentative map or vesting if an environmental impact report was prepared, which it wasn't. So should that even be in there? It's on page 16.
Page 16 of the staff report or the resolution, Marcia?
I think it's the resolution. Must be resolution. Yeah. Let me look. Where's the tentative?
Page 16, doesn't go to 16.
Well, state law does not, the other findings are all required by state law. I guess that one's in your local ordinance, but it's not applicable to this project. And I think was what we've stated in the findings.
So should that come
It's
out?
a little bit, it's a little bit weird because it assumes,
Mhm.
yeah, it assumes that there's significant environmental impacts and that mitigation measures are infeasible. So frankly, it's a very weird finding.
Mhm.
I think you could just leave it the way it is.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
if that's something that's in your, that's a required fine. We should check and see if this is a required, oh, okay, the city attorney's checking. I don't think you need to make that. I don't think you need to make that finding unless you did an EIR that had significant unavoidable impacts. But how does it word?
Yeah, I didn't really know why that was in there.
Yeah. Unless it hadn't, yeah, that's I think we just leave it the way it is.
Leave it in?
I think you leave it in because it's supposed to be made, but I think we explain that it's actually categorically exempt. It's if and when the city amends the subdivision ordinance, you may want to get rid of that finding because it would be highly unusual.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I can make the finding for the resolution for recommending to the city council approval of the tentative subdivision map, subject to the findings and conditions for the property at Mallard Road. And I can also make the findings to recommend to the city council approval of a revocable license for private improvements in the public street right away.
Thank you, Commissioner Slaymaker.
I agree with my fellow commissioners on many of the aspects they speak of. And I must say that I certainly appreciate all of the changes that that were made on this plan. You know, the decrease in the apartment height size. The breakup now is the mass and the bulk is so much better and it's much more enjoyable for the view. I think the garden courtyard area between the apartment and the building B was a brilliant idea. I think it really has helped to soften the whole mass of the apartment and the duplex area. And as far as the otherwise in the design review, I think that I agree that the glazing in the excuse me, the building at the top of the apartment would be nice if we could cut back on the glazing there. Otherwise, I feel like I can make the findings for the design review. I think the finishes are really done well and they fit in to the whole environment and the neighborhood. As far as demolition, I guess for me, you know, the bulkhead is the most important thing and should occur first. And I would assume that the apartment building would be going next, which it should. I feel like there should be some scheduling and I trust the city to come through with that for us, come up with ways to make sure that none of the equipment should be placed on the streets, the city streets, and that if need be, they could have the workers park separately and van into the area. So with those things, I can make the findings for the demolition. As far as the tentative scheduled map, I really feel like that the Mallard Street should be two ways. For me, it just seems like it should be that. I mean, I'd love to have sidewalks, but I kind of feel like that's the best approach for that. And I don't agree that we should have any gates. I think it needs to be open so people can walk around on it. So with that, I could make the findings. And I can also make the findings for the revocable license. So.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you. So I generally agree with the comments that have been made tonight. I think the plan that's in front of us tonight is the best we've seen, and I really appreciate all the work that you have put into revising it and taking into account our feedback. I think this plan has strengths and weaknesses. I think that this particular plan does a really good job of spreading the density over the site. And I actually really like the configuration of the apartment and the townhomes. I think it's going to give Belvedere a variety of housing types, which we really need. And I think it will benefit a wide range of community members. I think an apartment building in particular is really nice because it has the flexibility to meet residents at all life phases and stages. So I think it's a really great addition to Belvedere. This is an area that clearly really needs to be revitalized. And I think that this project will really just do that. We'll kind of re-energize an area that really needs it. And it will improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I do think that there are aspects of the plan that could still be improved. I think one of your biggest issues is actually the size of the lagoon front properties. These are large by any measure, and especially for the lagoon. And anyone who lives on the lagoon will tell you that they live primarily outdoors. One of the major selling points for this neighborhood is the indoor-outdoor living and the water access and amenities. I just think that these homes are incongruous for the lagoon and would be a very jarring addition to the neighborhood. And they really don't, in my opinion, take full advantage of what is a beautiful water setting. I think that if you revisited the ratio of indoor to outdoor space for those 6 lots in particular, and you created more generous outdoor spaces, I think you would really vastly improve the marketability and saleability of those properties. And I think it would also just communicate a more refined and nuanced understanding of the community and the ethos of lagoon living, because I think as they are currently, they miss the mark. I would like to see a reduction in the amount of the glazing on the water. I know you talked about percentages, but I did the math, and there are certain stretches where you've got 40, 50 feet of glass, and I think it's too much. I think it has the potential to be a real source of light pollution for neighbors across the way, and we really do consider views from the water as well. And I just think that a reduction by 20%, 30% would really go a long way to mitigating that issue. I think that you need more landscaping on the lagoon side. I think I'm personally not a fan of the crushed granite. Again, considering views from the water and just helping kind of screen a little bit. I understand you want to be in your home and look out and see the water, but I think there's more that can be done to soften and screen, provide a little bit more privacy, shade, things like that. In terms of the apartment, I agree with all of the comments that have been made about the roof lounge and deck area. I think a reduction in the glazing is going to be really important to help reduce light pollution, not so much for the lagoon side, but for people up the hill. I just think right now as it's designed, it's essentially like a lighthouse. And I think that you can still have a really wonderful usable space and enjoy the views up there and cut back on the amount of glass. I think I would also consider some landscaping up there, maybe by way of hedges or trees again. And I think that is also a benefit to the people who are up there enjoying the space. I think someone mentioned this, but I would also like to see that roof deck and lounge area are subject to our noise ordinance and are only open during certain hours. So we don't have people up there, at all hours of the night. So I can make the findings for an approval. I have a a list of conditions that I would apply to an approval. I know that many have already been discussed, but I think, again, the bulkhead replacement, I think really does need to happen before demolition. I think that we need engineered bulkheads. I would ask that you adhere to the R1 FAR for the single-family homes on the lagoon. I think we discussed reducing the amount of glazing. I would also say, I know this is subject to final lighting, but you have a lot of places where you've got lights placed up high on the side of the building. I would just, and also where you've got lights facing out on the water. So I would just remove anything that's facing out on the water, especially on steps. You can move those to the side walls. And I don't think that you need lights above doorways, especially if you're on a second story. I think if you need lighting, consider lighting at the foot level, like at the step. I would also condition, I think I mentioned this, just reducing the glazing on the lagoon side of the waterfront properties. I would also like to see additional landscaping and trees. I think Marcia mentioned this, but I would like to see more of them on the community road side. I think that you have some trees kind of on the northwest side. I would like to see more kind of near the townhomes. I don't think that you need to see through to the motor court. I think you could do something really nice with trees there to screen it in. I would like to see some more mature, bigger trees along Community Road. Again, just to kind of help soften the impact of the building, the apartment building. I would also appreciate some greenery or hedges planted along the garage level. So you're not looking at the sort of the garage. I don't know what those are. Those are vents, some sort of decorative vent. So I think it would just look much more attractive if you had greenery kind of wrapped around the building. So I know that you are requesting a 5-year entitlement for design review, and I would be more favorable to that request if you accept these conditions as they've been laid out tonight. So in terms of the demolition permit, so again, I think as long as we condition the replacement of an engineered continuous bulkhead, I am inclined to say that it should happen before demolition. I'm not an expert, but based on what I've heard, I would also have concerns about the stability of the land. In terms of the subdivision map, so the discussion of the sidewalk, I think it's an important one, but I also, my understanding is that ultimately that would be a waivable standard, even if we were able to, I guess in other words, we wouldn't be able to enforce sidewalks or require them if they impeded the ability to build as designed. So I'm not as concerned with that. I would rather see a wider street that's two-way as opposed to one-way. But otherwise, I can make the findings for the motions in front of me, and I agree with the staff report. So thank you. Yes, and I can make the findings for a revocable license.
Thank you.
I just want to add something I forgot.
Sure.
I meant to add this, and I'm happy that Ashley mentioned it. I did mention, and there do need to be some large trees on Community Road next to the townhouses. And actually, I don't think they'll allow the cypress trees anyway, but there need to be some large trees to kind of hide where the parking is and next to the parking. So that's something that can be done in a landscape plan later. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know. I visited the site, I looked at this, read the staff report. I had conversations with Mr. Dorfman and conversations with many people in the community. And I appreciate all the people who took the time to write to us and to let us know their concerns. And in an effort to try to address some of those concerns, that's what we're here for tonight. And as far as the design review, I think that the current plan that's before us with the broken up buildings is probably the best project that we've been presented with. And I think it's, as been said by others, that it spreads the density throughout the whole project. My concern is that with the plans that we've been submitted, that we really don't have detailed information about the clubhouse. It's very, we have no window schedule. We don't have any detailed information, which I would hope that we would have been able to have come back to us. It also does not include the an outdoor kitchen, which, since it's not on here, it's not approved, so that you would have to come back for another approval. Is that correct?
I think so, yes. I'd have to look at our code. I don't think we specifically address outdoor kitchens, but
well, it needs
they're
design
usually
approval.
combined with another aspect to a project, right? That someone, we don't usually have a design review just for one outdoor kitchen.
But we
could
have
do a
to-
staff review. It could be subject to some type of design review, whether it's a full planning commission review. I can't commit to that right now.
Because I always thought that we had, if somebody was doing a kitchen, it was part of the review process. And if they were just doing a kitchen, then they would come in and it would either go as a DRE or it would go to the
That's
full
what,
commission.
yeah, I think it could be a DRE or at a staff level. Not sure it would be, if it was solely a outdoor kitchen, if it would rise to the level of a planning commission review.
Okay. So my concern is that we don't really have detailed information in front of us on the clubhouse. So that's my hesitation on the design review. And there's been many statements here tonight regarding conditions and thoughts on what should happen. And they're range from very detailed to rather sketchy, or less detailed, I should say, not sketchy. I agree with the commissioners who talk about the landscaping, that there could be a more landscaping put in. I think that the lighting on the down lighting on the roof deck is not appropriate for our community, especially that high in the air. I think that it would affect not just the people on the lagoon directly across from the project, but it would, because of its height, would probably encompass several streets on the lagoon and also streets up the hill with light pollution that I think can be obtained from other sources, as mentioned by Commissioner Burke. And so I'm hesitant because we don't have a lot of detail. And even when we asked questions on detail on the clubhouse, there was difficulty even from the architect to give us the full information. So that's my hesitation on the design review. I would include a lot of the conditions that have been mentioned. And I would probably want, I know we talk about construction management, that it's part of the building department. But it is common for this commission, when there's a extremely large project, single-family home, that we add additional conditions. And I also know that the community wants definitive things, and we can't give them all definitive things. But I think if we can give them the assurances that the staging will be on site, that the parking will be on site or off site, and that if necessary, there be carpooling. So I think that Commissioner Burke had a very detailed plan on that. As far as the bulkhead, which is probably more design review, but I concur that the bulkhead should be an engineered continuous bulkhead. And I also agree that I think it should be done prior to demolition. I think that if something needs to be removed to get some equipment in there, that can be removed. But before the heavy equipment comes in to demo the entire project, I think the bulkhead needs to be done. And it can be coordinated with all the necessary agencies and the Property Owners Association to make sure that everything is done according to requirements. For the demo, I would be able to make the findings for the demolition. And with the condition that and again, this is something normally handled in the construction management project, but I think it gives great comfort to many residents that the route be to Run Boulevard, to Beach, to San Rafael, to Community Road, and back out the same way. I think it gives a comfort level. And I think that when it goes in for building, if additional restrictions are put on, that's fine. But I think it gives the comfort to the community to know that they will have that guarantee that that's the route that's going to be used. As far as the tentative map, I'm torn on the tentative map, because I feel that not having a sidewalk, even if it's a private drive, I know there's private streets, private roads, public roads, but having a sidewalk, I think, is important, especially when we talk about potential people who may be wanting to live in the development, downsizers from the island who are older and going to be getting older and may require the use of sticks and canes and walkers, maybe even into a wheelchair with caretakers, and in the homes with children, that I think the sidewalks are important. I agree with Commissioner Seidel that I would kind of like to maybe have a discussion to see if it is possible to do a one-way street with the sidewalk. I think it's also possible that we could reduce the sidewalk on Community to 4 feet and shift everything over a foot and gain a foot there that might help put in a sidewalk. And so my hesitation is to approve the tentative map at this point without some further investigation. There was also questions about public access and how that was going to be handled. that I think between Mr. Moe and the staff that we probably need to have further clarification on. So that's my concern there. As I agree with Commissioner Johnson, there's a lot of lighting on the lagoon side that needs to be addressed. That down by, as it gets closer to the water, reduction of lighting, how the lighting is positioned, overhead lighting on on the lower decks. I think can be reduced or eliminated. So, and as far, I have no problem with the revocable license. So unfortunately, I think I'm a little bit in a different boat than what I've been hearing from all my fellow commissioners, that I still have some reservations that perhaps another meeting might have solidified some of those questions as far as the tentative map, and having further clarifications and maybe seeing the reduction in the glazing on the clubhouse. So with that,
Well, excuse me, Chair Carapiet. Sounds like there's been some conditions of approval that have been discussed. Sounds like maybe one of the commissioners would like a continuance, some would not, or are leaning towards a different decision. I think we can try to address some of these conditions now and see where everybody lies on them. You're also more than welcome to bring the applicant back up and ask if they're in agreement with these conditions. I think there's a couple different ways we can go here.
so yeah, because everyone had, I mean, there's a certain amount of continuity, and then there's others that are more detailed and less detailed. And so it's like, where do we gather, and how does everyone feel after hearing everyone's comments?
Sounds like, I mean, we could say what we think we heard, and then, hold on. First, it'd be great if you could bring open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back up and see if they agree to these conditions.
Do they have to agree to the conditions, or can we just do the conditions?
Some of them, yeah, some of them I don't think we can impose that have been said.
Oh. Okay, so let's reopen the public hearing and
Okay. I don't know if we're going in a certain order of items. But I suppose the first question that I have is relative to the two-way street versus a one-way street. Is there a majority of council that feels one way? If we could revisit this with the fire marshal, if it's supported?
I prefer a two-way street.
That's 3. Okay.
So, I mean, I love to see sidewalks if we can do it. Sidewalks if we can do them.
so it's 3-3.
Yeah. That's a tie.
But you would agree to either, is what I'm hearing,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
It sounds
And so
like
you
you'd
could
agree to.
condition it.
Right.
Yeah, you could condition it that we will do sidewalks if if we can find a solution that works with the fire department. And if we can't, then we can't do sidewalks.
But would that be before the city council? Because this has to go to city council. Would they approve the same condition, or would they want to just approve the tentative map?
Well, if the city council's on April 29th, we would have time. I believe your
April
design
9th is
team
our
would have
deadline.
time to figure it out, and we can talk to Mike I think there's time to have the conversation and make the determination whether or not I want sidewalks are possible before city council.
So they're not going to have a meeting on April, whatever it is, or is that just a second meeting?
They will, but this item could be pushed to the 29th.
Yeah.
They don't have to have it on the 8th or 9th.
Um, Are we good on that? Okay.
Are we good
So
on
we'll
that?
meet with, we'll
Alex,
meet with the
are
fire
you good on
marshal. If he says we can do the alternative one-way plan, then we have concurrence that that's the direction we'll go in.
Ashley?
Okay, so it's 4-2.
What are you, Marcia?
Well, no, I don't agree with the one-way plan. I think if you can do two-way with sidewalks, that would be
Yeah,
the
No,
best decision.
they
but
don't
if you
have the room.
can't-
that's not an alternative.
Okay.
What happens if we don't agree on this? What, we
It
just,
goes-
we can't
The
condition it?
majority rules, then it wouldn't be,
But
a-
it's 3-3.
so
So,
it's tied.
so then what happens?
You go to another meeting.
We would add the condition of approval.
No, no.
No, I'm sorry. No,
no,
no, no.
she-
It would
no.
be
No,
like,
then it
yeah,
fails, right?
it would
It would
fail.
be,
Yeah.
it would fail.
Okay, so
3-3 fails. So they would have to come back
City council.
on April
Well,
9th.
no, it fails, meaning it's not, it doesn't make it as a condition.
Correct.
So the plan as is will be
Yeah, the
recommended.
two-way street.
Correct.
Okay, then I maintain that I prefer the two-way.
Okay. Great. Stays two-way. Okay. The second issue that we have actually relates to timing and specifically for the single-family homes. Again, there is, we need flexibility to be able to sell those lots. And we could be in a situation where there isn't a buyer for a lot for several years, frankly. And then we're running against, then the lot is just vacant and we don't have a design, we don't have approvals, and I don't think that's where we want to be. So that's why I would suggest we can make the accommodation as it relates to duplexes and the triplexes and the fourplexes, but with the single family, I would suggest that we keep with the 5-year timeframe.
I get it, but doesn't that give you incentive to make a deal happen? So if it's tighter, and let's say it's not 2, let's say it's 3, I mean, you'll have to price it according to the market, but I mean, that will, rather than just have it sit.
And those, our objective is to move them. There is no question.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah, I know.
Somebody that's coming in is also going to be looking at that and saying, how quickly do I need to execute and how much customization can they do? Not necessarily with the exterior, but again, one of the reasons why we don't want to build the single family homes is because they're very customized on the interior. So,
Do you find yourself, or not yourself, but your construction company that's going to do the apartment and the floorplexes
mhm.
and stuff, actually doing the construction, or do you see these lot buyers contracting with a different contractor?
They would contract with contractors that we select so that we can control quality and timing and coordinate.
So you have like 2 or 3 contractors?
That's the idea.
And if the lot doesn't sell, would you build the building?
Yeah, ultimately, I would assume we would. I mean, I don't want to be in a situation where we're coming back for another design review.
We have fun here.
Yeah.
Well, I would turn to the other commissioners. I mean, I brought that up. I don't know if others feel the same way I do.
I think there are compromises to be made here. That's how I look at it. I think that there are other conditions that we've asked for, so I think maybe let's go through those and then see where we are.
I agree.
Okay. We're fine with the direction on the club room. And with the lighting, we'll find an alternative for the lighting. We like the concept of the putting landscape up there. Again, we've been moving pretty quick right now, but we'll certainly have landscape. But ultimately, and I look for confirmation from city staff on this, that what we do on that rooftop lounge as an amenity is kind of off the table as a discussion item, isn't it, as a condition?
Yes.
The club room.
The club room and
It's-
the deck and those areas.
Yes,
So-
because it's an amenity.
So what I'd
One clarification, though, we're not asking for it to be removed, which is what the case that it was before us opined on. We're asking it to be modified. That's very different.
You're asking to have some of the glazing reduced.
Correct.
And the light, a different form of lighting.
But we're not asking
That's
for the
fine.
amenity to be removed at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're fine with adjusting the glazing, putting landscaping and adjusting the lighting.
Do we need to be specific about the percentage of like reduction? I don't
Can
know.
I heard, well, is there,
I heard 50%, 30%.
why don't we say 33%? Just a third. It will still allow some light coming
I
from.
like 40, 60.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need a number.
60% reduction. No, yeah, go up and then he'll come.
Yeah, windows are
Yeah.
bad. No, windows are good. Again, we would like to have some transparency on the east and west sides of this building. But at the same time, we can make some design modifications, work with staff on it, or work with a subcommittee as the case may be.
So 40%? 40%?
Right. There were two comments regarding the glazing on the lagoon fronting homes. Again, I think we've already reduced, the glazing on the lagoon fronting homes by 20%. If we're reducing it now by another 20%, that's effectively close to a 40%, 36% reduction. I think that is excessive. And I think it's perhaps inconsistent with some of the other design that's been completed by Sutton Suzuki on the lagoon. I would suggest that Ron's comment was, he would expect a much higher ratio of glazing than what is actually being proposed. And I think that the buildings are nice as designed. So I would suggest we leave them as is.
Have we ever approved like a 50-foot expanse of glass on the lagoon?
I couldn't say.
Is that?
It's not in my wheelhouse right now.
There's a lot of, previous to amending our administrative policy manual, there's a lot of glazing on the lagoon.
Okay.
There's, some houses even from the 50s that are basically 100% glass across the front. So
By the way, there is no 50%, 50-foot, of linear glass. It's in different planes, and that's what Ron was trying to express. So consequently, there could be windows and a front plane. There's also windows in the back plane, but it's not a band across the front of the building. We don't have that type of architecture.
So are there commissioners in favor of leaving the glazing as is on the
I think it could
single-family
still be
dwellings.
reduced a little bit. That's my
I'm,
feeling.
just, can you raise your hand if you're in favor of leaving it as is? Okay. Okay. 1, 2. Is there a percentage of reduction? Claire?
20%?
Yeah.
Did you say 20 or 10%?
If you add up the heat, it's a huge amount. Different planes, but it's a huge amount.
Percent is in agreement on the,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, let's hear from the applicant.
Yeah, so I think what we wanted to say was, what standard is this based on? Pulling it willy-nilly, is it 20, 25, 30? The law, not to go back there, but it requires, the findings to be based on evidence, and the decision-making body must bridge the analytical gap between the evidence of the impact and the solution. So where or how are we tying together 15, 20, 25% and the impact and the nexus?
But I think it's, Barbara, if you could just tune in on this one, is I believe we are allowed to make subjective conditions, which is what this would be, and it's just as subjective as Suzuki Sutton deciding it should be 37%. I mean,
Yeah, that
it's-
standard I just recited applies to subjective findings.
I'm sorry, and your point is what?
My point is what I just said.
I think
Okay, well,
I would,
thank you.
we would, generally encourage the commission to base it on your past practice if you don't have a defined standard,
Right.
so that this property is being treated like other homes facing the lagoon.
And I can guarantee if you go back and look at almost every lagoon property that has been put forward in the board before the commission in the last year, we've asked glazing to be reduced.
I just think it's a very sensitive issue on the water with light, and you've got the indoor light, you've got the exterior lighting. I think it's reasonable to ask for a reduction, a small reduction.
Well, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. And again, when we originally presented these designs, we got that feedback. We responded by reducing glazing, and now we're back and we're effectively being asked to reduce it again. And I think that if we look at other projects, and I can defer to others on your commission and our architect, Sutton Suzuki, they've designed projects with much more glazing on the lagoon than what we're proposing.
Yeah.
So I mean, just asking for, anyway, I'll go back to what Riley has mentioned. I mean,
So,
is there a nexus?
so let me ask you, is it, you don't like the 20% reduction? Or is you don't like the reduction at all?
No, well, correct, because we've already reduced the glass by 20%. And again, I think that what we have now would be, is not inconsistent with other projects that are recent contemporary homes that have been built on the lagoon.
Would you object to a 10% reduction? What's this?
Okay, and if that's.
Oh. So on this calculations that we were just given, maybe Mr. Sutton can address this. So when you talk, let's just take a simple building, a building 6, is that a duplex?
6 is single.
Okay, 6 is a single family home. So the facade, this is on the back only, is the facade area square footage is 1599. And your glazing area is 584 square feet. Does that includes all this, the setback and the push front and the up and down, if it's up and down, I don't know if it is.
It's in, buildings are not in a single plane, so it's difficult. I mean, it's not in a single plane, obviously, but I mean, I don't know how else to calculate it. I mean, there's no guidance from the city. There's no.
No, but what I'm asking is this glazing area that you have here at 584, it includes all the different planes.
Yes, that's
the
correct. Yes.
Pushback and the forward one.
Yes.
So it's all glazing, however it's located on that back plane.
That's correct.
I think to me, part of what's exacerbating the issue of the windows is the dearth of landscaping in the back. And I think that maybe some of this can be remedied by thinking about blocking some of that light and just creating a little bit more privacy and softening the structures a little bit. That all that glass will be a little bit less glaring and offensive to people across the way.
He's not a landscaper.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons why the landscaping is reduced on the back of the lagoon are the city guidelines with regard to landscaping back behind these homes. There's limits on the heights and the locations, as I understand it, of the types of plant material that we can place. I'm fine putting more landscaping in as long as it is consistent with the city guidelines. But I think that that's what the limit is here.
I don't know what that landscaping limit is because
It's in our administrative policy manual about landscaping sort of on docks.
on
Right,
docks.
it can't be higher than 4 feet, but I
That's
think
on docks.
in your, yeah, closer to the home, we don't have limitations. We don't have limitations except when you get to kind of property lines and a house is at an angle and we've asked people to reduce landscaping because it'll block people's view. So, I mean,
But we
do have some.
usually require people to put trees on the water side to give screening.
To
and-
block the glazing a little bit. So maybe rather than reducing the glazing, we go that we require
Yeah.
some kind of tree that will block part of that glazing.
Okay, bush tree. Yeah.
Because I know in part of your, you have magnolia trees, I think, on some areas that are on the water, correct?
They're upright narrow magnolias when we have a few, but they're on the property lines. Because
So they're
I
not
mean,
in,
logically, we would not plant trees in front of the views that people are, buying these houses to enjoy. So and there also is a lot of decks in the back of the buildings that step down from the upper elevation. So not really ground for that, but there is planting and there's containerized planting in some of those places, not the kind of scale you're leaning towards talking about right now.
but yeah, we do actually encourage trees on the lagoon side because number one, it screens them from the other side of the lagoon. It also gives them some shade and screening on their house. So maybe that's the way to go. Excuse me.
I don't think it's a good idea, but there are trees, there's tree planting on the property lines, which will produce some of the screening you're talking about because there's angular views happening.
So you're talking about on the side.
That's where it is now on the drawings, yes.
Okay.
Excuse
To
me.
avoid further confusion, 10% reduction in glazing.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
And can you add some trees back there?
Yes.
Okay.
And trees.
Okay. And yeah, let's talk about the bulkhead timing real quickly. I'd like to, again, defer to the contractor that's going to do the work as well as to city staff and building department on that. And again, it's part of the infrastructure when the infrastructure goes in before there's vertical elements, the bulkhead will be replaced. So that's a commitment that I'm fine with, but I just don't know if, in fact, we're inhibiting the ability of the contractor to install the bulkhead while all these homes are there, particularly if those homes are about to come down.
I'd just like to add that city staff, when I communicated to Brian Van Son, building official, that certainly would like some demolition to happen before the bulkhead is replaced. I think we have no problem with the continuous bulkhead, but it doesn't make sense to require the bulkhead to be installed prior to any demolition in terms of a construction sequencing.
So that's partial versus
Which-
full, right? Is he saying partial versus full?
Mean
Partial
full,
demo.
yeah, but I
Partial
think,
versus
I
full,
thought
sorry.
the want was a full bulkhead replacement, a
No,
continuous
no,
bulkhead.
demolition. So it's like the bulkhead should be replaced.
Sure, which is why Brian wrote this condition up.
He has it within 60 days of demolition,
Yes.
And
but that's not partial demolition.
I mean, I think it would also, I would feel better talking to the engineers and the contractors and then all the other agencies that are involved with the demolition and the bulkhead.
So can we condition it that after we receive all the reports, that the determination to be made that the bulkhead be put in as close to demolition as possible? And if, or partial demolition, whatever they need in order to, I mean, the concern is that if the bulkhead is breached, which is a serious thing, then every property owner on the lagoon has a contaminated waterway.
Sure.
And then then you have to get additional permits because you're going to have to dredge. Good luck with that. And
I
it
think
becomes
that's
a
a good idea.
nightmare.
Mhm.
So I think that if we can tie it as close to possible with an engineer,
I think with consultation with the building official and the engineer.
and water quality.
And well, yeah, we won't get to that
Yes.
point until we have approval from all of those other agencies.
But I think it also needs to be tightly connected to as soon as possible,
Mhm,
if not before kind of type thing,
mhm, mhm.
demolition. Because every bulkhead I've seen go in, whether it's a new house or not, it's done from the water side.
Right.
So they don't need a demo. They could do it tomorrow. Water's down. Except they have to go to water quality, but.
Yeah, it's will take a year to get the permit.
But they could do it as soon as they got the permits, while they're waiting for the tentative map and everything else.
Mhm,
If it
sure.
came through in 9 months, they could do the
Mhm.
bulkhead.
Mhm. I agree.
Because it is a good question that Ms. Bergson brought up, that if there is a breach of the lagoon, who's responsible? Is it the city? Is it the applicant? It's not us.
The contractor, yeah. The contractor, yeah.
Property owner, the contractor.
Yeah.
The contractor.
Mhm.
It's
So
gonna
do we need
ultimately
Property
be on
owner.
the
Yeah,
sponsor,
prop-
the
applicant.
sponsor's burden.
yours?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just put in as soon as reasonably possible. If you put in reasonable, I'm happy.
Reasonable to whom?
To the city.
Okay, there you go.
Do you have anything else? I think those were the major items that were
What
among
about the
you,
con-
ones where we had multiple comments.
The
Um,
construction management plan?
Are there
I
others?
would like to see the single family homes adhere to the R1 FAR.
um, I think that's a waiver.
Yeah.
Is that a waiver?
I don't think it is a waiver.
I think it
a
is.
waiver.
It's a waiver. They didn't know that they had to abide by the 1RL when this all started.
It's a waiver and it was deemed consistent in August 2021.
We can still ask for it, right? I
No,
mean,
you can't deny a waiver.
no, I'm saying we can
You
ask
can
them
ask.
to.
You can
Yeah.
ask.
Well, you
and
can
he
ask,
say
okay.
no.
We're not inclined to modify.
I think the one outstanding topic that we're not covering is the construction management plan.
I was just gonna say,
And-
we have the
And
construction
if I could
management.
just sort of give my opinion, I think that's also best left to Brian Van Son, who is very familiar with construction management plans and imposing these types of conditions. I have seen at the planning commission level a requirement to have an off-site place for people to park and require a van to the site. Beyond
Provided
that,
there
I
is-
would, turn to contractors and the building official and possibly, this is a large project, how the city's going to process it. We haven't fully vetted that, but maybe we will hire a consultant to manage this project.
So for the construction management project, the suggestions were condition this staging and storage of material on site.
Carpooling.
Carpooling.
Minimal construction parking permits issued,
Minimal parking construction,
city develop and implement as necessary parking management plan. I mean, I don't think there was any disagreement from the applicant on any of these. So I don't think there's any harm in being detailed and putting them all in there.
well, I think that it is normal for the planning commission to condition staging and storage. We've done it down on Cliff Road. I think it's normal for us on a large project to say that there has to be carpooling, and that they have a area that they can, beside their staging and storing, have their contractors park on site, which is fine. I think the concern is minimizing the impact on not only just the immediate streets of Leeward and San Rafael, because as we all know, they'll park up on Marin, or they'll park down on Beach or on Cove and just walk over. So I think the thought is that, and it is a subject that comes up over and over and over again, is this construction parking and how it's not well enforced by the city. And I think that there's enough community feedback that I think it is something that we do have the right to do. And I think we should. And I think that Brian will do an excellent job of adding additional conditions. But I think that we should make those conditions that staging and storing on site. And giving minimum parking passes for the project. And to, if necessary, to carpool and maintain parking off-site. I mean, there's parking on Tiburon Boulevard at Bank of America, by Chase. So there's plenty of parking where workers can park. There's any space, you can negotiate with St. Stephen's for parking. So I think that we're within our rights to require that, and I think that it gives comfort to the community, and I think that's part of our job. Let's see, the other issue we came up with was duration of approval. So,
Of design review entitlement or?
well, the design review entitlement, yeah. So the duration of the design review approval. So normally how we do it is for 1 year. If they don't have the building permit, then they can go to the staff and say, I need another year. Staff says, okay. Then, which we've had several projects go past that 2 years and come back to us on the 3rd year and say, we needed another approval. And so if we limit everything to what was suggested, 4 years, and they get to the 4 years, then you would have, tell me if I'm wrong, they would then be able to get 1 year staff approval or no?
Well, it's written that you get 1 year and then.
So then
code
we're
says
giving
then
up
you get a
that already,
second.
so they
maybe
don't get
we're
another
just
year.
Giving up that section.
So
of
then
the
what would
code.
they have to do is come back for new design review or just ask for
They'd
an
have to come back to
extension?
the planning commission
For an extension.
for an extension.
For an extension.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, are we aligning the design review entitlement to align with the map?
That's
The subdivision
the other.
Yeah.
map? So
suggestion.
that's 2 years, so then this would be 2 years to align with that. And if they wanted an extension, they would have to come back after the 2 years and we'd have to reapprove.
The 4 years.
Well, no, because
It's not concurrent.
so it happens after the final map.
So the
That
final,
2 year starts.
the final map and demo is 2 years. Then they want an additional,
So then we're giving them a
4 years.
4 year entitlement.
we're
on
giving them a
design,
4-year entitlement.
when normally they would get 1.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they're asking for 7.
They've revised their request to just carve out single-family homes. The applicant, I think, was agreeable to reducing the others to 2 years in addition to the infrastructure and demo permit 2 years. So
So
the way it's
4?
currently written, yeah, so it would be four, and correct me if I'm wrong, everything but single-family homes. Single-family homes would be 5 plus the 2, so 7. So
I
4
think
versus
that's too
7.
long.
I think it's too long as well.
It's too long.
Yeah, I agree.
So the question is, do we stick with the 4? Or do we consider giving them 5 for single-family homes? Like another year, like 3 years. So it would be
Yeah,
5.
3 more years for the single family lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, those are our choices, is 4, 5, or 7.
Yes, the applicant.
Asking for 7 still, or just? I think he's asking for 5.
The applicant is asking for 5 or
Which is
7 if
7.
you include the demo.
You have to include the demo.
So 7,
Oh, he's asking for 5 plus A.
right, it's 5
Yeah,
plus
so
A.
he's asking for 7.
So 7.
So we're talking about A plus 3. Which would give you 5. A plus.
It is sequential. Oh, thank you. Okay. For the city's perspective, having it be sequential in terms of the demo and infrastructure, having a requirement to get that done in 2 years, that design should give the city a level of confidence that the project's moving forward, and any further extension is conditioned upon that occurring. So Again, yes, ideally, we'd like to be in a situation where we have 5 years for the single family homes. But and I'm not even saying that's ideal necessarily. All I'm saying is it provides flexibility to a potential buyer.
So I think that you just have to understand how we're looking at it, that let's say we're 3 years down the road.
Mhm.
You're building the apartment building, you're starting on the fourplex, threeplex, and you have sold off 3 of the 6 homes.
Okay.
And then you build the duplexes in the other lot, whatever, too. And so then you come up and you sell another house and you have 2 lots left over and you're at your 5-year. Well, you're going to come to, not us, well, some
Could
of us
be.
might be here, but you'd come to the commission and you would say, look at, I did everything. I have 2 lots left over. I need some more time. I mean, I don't think that at that point, the commission is going to be an ogre about it. However, if you come back at that point and you've only sold 1 single family home, we're going to sit there and say, we've had vacant lots for too long. So we're trying to balance this between the community desire to not live under construction, across from construction for, 7+ years, and also trying to make it reasonable for a development. So we're trying to find that balance of everybody giving and taking and understanding that they're getting the best they can. So anyway, you want to think about it, we can move on.
Hopefully
Um,
this is the last topic. Are there others?
Oh, yeah, no, we're not done.
Getting close, though.
So when they get their demo permit, is there a way that we can be assured that the 15-unit building is going to be constructed? Is there some way to tie that demo of the entire project to the construction of the required building?
You could require that the demolition permit not be issued until there's an application, a building permit application for the 15-unit building. But even that, of course, doesn't guarantee that the building will actually be constructed, right? Because if at the end of the line, if they don't have funds to construct the 15-unit building, they can apply for a building permit, but not do it. But that would, I mean, I think you could probably require that an application for a building permit for the 15-unit building be received by the city before the demolition permit is issued. But it's just that, anyway, that would mean at least something was happening. I don't know if, but.
Isn't there a statement that if the 22 units are gone, that they have to at least rebuild?
Yeah,
22
they have a
units?
responsibility to rebuild 22 units to replace, as part of the housing development project.
And they don't all have to be rentals.
No, they don't all have to be rentals.
But structuring it the way you just described would also potentially truncate the time between demolition and building, which is,
Right.
which
I
is
mean,
a goal, I think.
One issue that Mr. Dorfman described is he needs to do the demolition before he can record the final map. So he needs to know what the dimensions of the lots are. I guess you could have a final map drafted, if not recorded. I don't know. You may want to ask about, I mean, we can certainly require that the first thing that's constructed on the site is the 15-unit building. That has all the affordable housing, and it gives everything that gave the project the right to all the to the concession, the waivers, whatever. You can certainly require that be done first. I don't know how exactly you guarantee that the building will occur if the demolition, if the demolition proceeds. I mean, yeah, the best I can suggest is that there's that
building
an
permit.
application be made for the building permit for the 15-unit building before the demolition permit is issued.
That's a forcing mechanism. You contemplating this?
So when you say application, you mean like he comes in with his application and he has to give it to Brian for plan checking
Yeah.
and routing and all that.
Yeah.
So it's actually an application.
We have a building permit application.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But that doesn't ensure that our code would still, the planning entitlements are only valid until the building permit's issued, right? Not applied for. So that's something to consider with the timing.
But the design approval is, yeah, always valid as long as the building permit is valid.
Yeah,
Right.
no, not here. It has to be issued. Well, it's,
well,
yeah,
once
it's
it's- once it's issued,
Once
right,
it's
right.
issued.
There's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
multiple laws that affect this. Basically, yeah, with the vesting map, once they apply for the building permit, then they're considered to have met their time limits.
I mean, you understand what the concern is. So
Yeah.
do you have any thoughts that might help us get to a resolution?
I'm not sure if I have good thoughts on that front. And the issue is that, again, in order to record the map, which allows financing for each one of the phases or each one of the lots to move forward or sales or whatever, you need to have the demolition completed. So consequently, you wind up in a situation, I could see a situation evolving where you can't move forward with the demolition permit because we don't have the capitalization squared away for the apartment building, for example, due to the fact that there's no security because you don't have an individual lot. So we kind of have a chicken and an egg. Just hypothetically.
And to, okay.
I would just say, just thinking about, again, there's going to be tens of millions of dollars of costs already incurred by the time we get to that point. Making the apartment building the first phase that comes out of the ground, fine with that. And if that, provides some sort of solace, our objective is to sell the single family as soon as possible as well. And so if those can't move forward once we've sold them, because the apartments haven't moved forward, that's a pretty big gun to our head. So I just think practically this kind of plays itself out, but with that condition.
So they have 2 years for map and demo.
Right.
And then they have 2 years to do the apartment building. So is there a condition? And again, I don't know if it will have any consequences, but could we tie it to that the application would have to come in within that 2-year approval time? So in other words, he gets his demo, he gets his map, he sells a couple lots, he gets his application and permit actually ready to be issued within that 2-year period for the 15-unit apartment building. Plus, he also has to do another 7 to give us our 22 units back.
I think we could condition it that way, but based on what he just said, I don't think that timing
Oh, he
Is it a-
has to do the apartment building within 2 years.
And within 2 years of demolition issuance?
No, he gets the 2-year demo time. And then within the next 2 years, he would have to have the permit pulled for the 15-unit apartment building.
Sure, that works.
That's fair. We agree to that. We're going, what's wrong?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying then, and it's the building permit, so it's not an application. And then, so what happens if he doesn't do his building permit? Do we have any teeth in that? You know, like a teenager? You know, take your cell phone away? But then if he doesn't have, the building permit, he'd have to come back for design review and see us all over again.
He would rather do anything
I
than
think he
He'd
would try
rather
to
do
prevent
anything than that. Is that true?
What? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
so.
mean,
If he.
I think you can put that as a condition. The issue is, if there's no money and nothing gets,
Okay.
yeah.
The economy is gonna get better. It's already getting better. So let's say he gets just 2 years for demo. He demos it, then he can start selling off some of the lots. And in that time, he gets financing for the apartment building or is assured he'll have a financing apartment building. He brings in a permit within that 2-year approval time. And if he doesn't bring in not a application, but gets his permit within that 2-year approval time, then he has to come back to us. So what teeth do we put into it that he feels pressured that he has to do it within that 4-year time period?
Well, I think if all the design,
Yeah, but
if all
who's
the
gonna be
design
here? We're all gonna go,
review-
ah.
maybe you could set it up where if the apartment house is finished within, begins construction within that 2-year time period, then he gets more time for the single family. But if it's not, all the approvals expire at the end of the 2 years.
I like that one.
I mean, we're all just brainstorming.
Yeah. We're all just brain dead.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
I think once he has,
So it's 5 years for the SFHs, right? Did you? Yeah. So what about that? So you gotta get the building permit within 2 years after demo and infrastructure. And if you don't, then you don't get the extra years for SFH. Okay.
Next
Write that
question.
idea down.
Stay on your toes. We're not done yet.
make sure we understand. So there's 2 years to get the demolition permits, another 2 years to issue the building permit for the apartments. If that happens, if the building permit's issued for the apartments, he gets
An
3
additional
more
year.
years to do the
Additional 3 years.
3 years for the single family. If
No,
not,
not
all the
3.
permits expire and he returns to get extensions if he needs them. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause it's
2 for
4 and 3,
everything. Unless he gets his permit within the first 2 years, then he gets an extra 3 for SFHs.
I don't know if I like that.
Well,
That's 7 years. We're back to 7 years. 7 years translates to 10 years. I'd rather just say if you get your demo, then you get another year or 2, but not 3. Don't like it. I can't go for that one. Okay, move on to the next thing. We can all have disagreements. There was talk about a bond, and also brought up by community member about potential damages and I think Kevin suggested a bond for damages and remediation. So how would that work? What is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's feasible. It's just, I think we need some program in place to address the concerns of adjacent neighbors.
We will work with, so our immediate neighbors on both the north and south side is Belvedere Land Company. We will certainly work with them and do monitoring relative to settlement and any other issues. And there's also insurance, and this also gets into, and I should bring Riley up, but more into civil matters. But again, we can't cause damage without being liable of neighboring property. So, I mean, I think that's just a matter, and I defer as well to the city attorney on this, on just what common law is, or the civil code.
Yeah, we could add a condition of approval to monitor neighboring
monitor.
properties.
Okay. And that would be used to pursue whatever normal legal actions are. Okay.
And then the other that came up several was the hours of the use of the clubhouse and deck, to tie it to our noise ordinance, but actually put it in as a use time limit, which is very common in condos that have decks and pools, that they put a time that it can be used. Also, exterior speakers and amplifiers on the deck should not be allowed.
I think that they would have to meet the noise ordinance. I don't think we could prohibit that.
No, well, you would just say they can be used Monday through Friday
Okay.
between whatever it is to 10, and Friday and Saturday to 11. I think it's Sunday through Thursday, and just whatever those hours are.
I think that's it, unless you have another one on your list, Chair Carapiet.
Checking.
The completion bonds, I mean, it's just as appropriate,
think-
right?
No.
Rebecca, for completion bonds, is that standard, or do we need to?
Completion bonds?
Yeah. I mean, I know there are completion bonds for infrastructure. There's, I guess, for site,
We have
securing the site.
The completion bonds are standard for subdivision infrastructure. So before they can get their final map, they'll need to enter into a subdivision improvement agreement, which will be all the utilities and so forth, the improvements to community road, the sidewalk and
So we don't need to
everything.
condition it.
And so that's always bonded.
Okay.
So on the tentative map, they had a thing in there that said on their best management practices. On page 12, it said that if there were any complaints, that someone from the construction site would respond and take action within 48 hours, and that the phone number for Bay Area air quality, whatever, will also be visible to ensure compliance. So is that 48 hours the standard? I mean, if there's an issue, and especially, I don't know, is that a standard 48 hours? I mean, if it was an issue that somebody made a complaint about some contaminant in the lagoon, I would think that would need to be a 911.
That condition only refers to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and their response times. It's not a general
Oh, it's Bay Area responds
Yeah,
within 48 hours?
it's only the air quality district. It's not the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I guess we could check about their response times and issues.
I mean, so somebody calls, they're gonna have a construction number.
Right.
Joe Blow, the contractor's gonna have a number. Somebody calls up and says, there's all this stuff in the street. And it's, Friday afternoon. Well, they don't have to respond for 48 hours, which means Sunday, probably Monday.
Well,
So, but what if it's something that is in the lagoon that is somebody spills a bucket of paint in the lagoon, which is,
Yeah, this is again, has to do with air quality complaints, so maybe there should be a general provision about, yeah.
We have that. We have as part of our construction management plan, pre-construction meetings, we require a phone number of someone on the contracting team that is available 24 hours a day. That's standard practice for us. And should something happen, guaranteed someone's going to call here and we're going to find out about it. I mean, so we would, at the very least, I would get the phone call and then I would follow through with the appropriate agency.
okay. So I think, yeah, we have that one outstanding, the approval of, the design review approval shall be valid for what amount of years for single-family homes? So that,
From today,
well, no, so,
from 2 years from now.
so they get 2 years, and then what additional time
Are we
would they
willing to-
get?
Okay.
I thought you agreed in that condition.
No, I thought 7 years was too much. I can't agree with it.
Can
If
we take
everyone
a
else
straw
agrees
vote
with
of
it.
who thought it was okay?
What about 4? Would you do 2 and 2? So they get 2 if they get 2 automatically, they get an additional 2 if you get your building permit within the first 2 years. So everything's 2, all structures are 2, except for single-family homes, which gets an additional 2 if you get the building permit within the first 2 years during the infrastructure demolition time period.
So it's 4.
So it would,
So no, I don't know if
That's
that's
6.
right.
that's 6.
Yeah.
So he's saying during the initial 2 years, you get your building permit.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
For the single family.
That's not what I understood.
2 years to complete the demolition, 2 years from that, there's 2 years to issue the building permit for the apartment building. If that happens within that second 2-year period, then they get an additional 2 years for the single family dwellings.
Okay, so it's
If
6
that
years.
doesn't happen, then they don't get that additional 2
Okay,
years for the single.
That's different than I
family
understood,
dwellings.
but that's fine. I thought it was within the first 2 years, but
So that's what we needed to talk about is, are we comfortable with all the different times? Don't fade there on me, Claire. Don't fade on me.
I'm okay with the 6 years.
I am too.
I misunderstood the trigger. I thought the trigger was you would secure the building permit within the first 2 years. No?
No.
It was in the second 2 years.
Yeah, because of the
Okay, all right.
demolition.
Because he has to get the
Demolition.
final
I
map.
misunderstood. So, yeah, so
And then
I think
seems
6 is
reasonable,
works.
Because the first 2 years almost don't count.
Right.
Because he's got to do the map.
Right.
So it's 4 in essence. Yeah, okay.
we agreed.
We,
Can you repeat that, please?
so 6
What I
all.
said?
Yeah.
Six
So
in all?
2
2 and 2.
and then 2
Okay.
and then 4.
If they get the permit.
They get the extra 2 if we issue the building permit within the second 2 years
Mm-hmm.
for the apartment building.
So since we have the public meeting open, I had a hand raised. Mr. Johnson, you want to come? Yeah, I've just said, if you'd like to come to the podium and say something.
I apologize. It's very difficult hearing conversations between people that are talking to each other. Could someone please state with some clarity as to what the decision was regarding the demolition in relationship to bulkhead and timing? And it appears what I just heard was that the demolition permit is good for 2 years. Is that wrong?
No. So what happens is he has to get his final map recorded. And then once he does that, then he can get a demo permit. So it's going to probably take him about a year, maybe more.
It's the other way around. Demo first.
He needs to accomplish the demolition before he can get the final map. Because he can't really survey the site. He can't really get a subdivision improvement agreement. He can't really design all the utilities until the buildings are gone.
So the buildings are going to be gone for 2 years. And potentially 4.
Well, he has 2 years to get the final map. That's the length of time, the tentative map application.
So it should
So
have been
ideally,
described opposite. He gets the demo and then he gets his final map.
right. So he needs to complete really the demo and the final map in 2 years, or he can ask for extensions of the tentative map up to 3 years. But anyway, the idea is he should complete the demo and the final map within 2 years. That's how long the permits are good for. Then he has to get a building permit for the apartment within the next 2 years. If he does that, he gets an additional 2 years to complete to get building permits for the single-family homes.
And if he asks for a year extension on the tentative map, then does that ever put everything back a year?
Not necessarily, unless you tie the design review to the tentative map. But those are separate approvals.
That's not done now. That's not, the
Pardon?
tentative map is not tied to the design review?
No. I mean, it makes sense to tie it to the design review, to be honest, but technically it's not. They can have separate expiration dates.
So to get back to Mr. Johnson's question on the bulkheads,
Has there been any decision, consensus, or advice to staff regarding when the bulkhead would be installed? We have a permit that's being issued for demolition. It's good for 2 years. Do we have bare land for a year and a half without a bulkhead?
So I'm sorry, Chair. I mean, I think at this point, we need to clarify whether the public comment period has been reopened or not.
yeah, it was. I reopened it for Mr. Dorfman.
Okay, so it's reopened, public comment is reopened?
Yep.
Okay.
It was when Mr. Dorfman spoke.
No, I think he has a different status as the applicant, but thank you, the chair has clarified.
Yes, and we have a condition of approval. We're working on the language, but it will be something along the lines of after we receive all of the regulatory agencies, all of the engineers, everything that is accompanied with a demolition, that we receive that information and the bulkhead is replaced as soon as possible prior to the demo, if possible. Perhaps some demolition will happen in conversations with the building official and the engineers. We will make sure that the bulkhead is replaced as feasibly possible with the demolition.
I think I understand what you said, but I do believe that what the application says stand today is the city approves it, provided that the regional board approves.
Yes.
So you said that it would go to the regional board and
No.
then come back.
No.
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is the city goes through its approvals, and after that happens, then it goes to the regional board.
No,
So
we
no,
won't issue an
Rebecca.
approval. Yeah.
Okay, I think Mr. Johnson's already had his opportunity to provide public comment. So I don't know if you want to see whether others want to weigh in.
Question, a point of information, sir.
We won't issue a building permit until all regulatory agencies have approved the project.
Right, no, I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking that
It's okay.
what's happened in the past and what we've experienced recently on 33 Windward is the city approved, and then it went to the regional board, and on the application, I believe you wrote, the city approves, provided that the regional board approves. That's all I'm asking.
No, we didn't do that. I mean, I've worked with Brian on it. We might have said, yes, we can approve this once regional water quality approves it,
Right.
but we didn't say it was approved prior to them
Okay.
saying it was
nuance.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all. Lots of luck.
Lots of luck. I'll close the public hearing. So the only last thing is, and I know this was concern for Peninsula Road owners and Leeward owners, was the fence along the back. We talked about having a nicer fence. Can we put that condition in that we have a nicer fence on the back? Because I mean, we're talking about the single family homes that could be vacant for 6 years or more.
I think if the applicant agrees to that.
I think he did.
I mean, and who's, yes, okay. Yes, we,
But no plants, right? No plants. So, and then do we have to do what Barbara just said about tying the tentative act to the design review approval? Is that what you said?
I said the tentative map is good for 2 years,
Mhm.
and then extensions can be requested.
But didn't you say the tentative map should be tied to the, did I
Well, one
misunderstand that, to
of
the
our
design review?
one of our suggestions, I think Rebecca made this in the original presentation, but this is up to the commission, is that the design review approvals should generally run concurrently with the tentative map approvals. But the applicants requested a longer design review approval than he's entitled to for the tentative map approval. You know, what you've talked about the 222, that's longer than he's entitled to for the tentative map approval. Remember, the tentative map approval, once he records a final map, he's done with the tentative map, right? That's kind of the end of that process. So, I mean, I think at this point, the tentative map remains at 2 years, which is what your ordinance says and state law says as well. And then the design review is good for the 222. That's what we've heard the commission say.
Did I forget anything? Ashley, did I forget anything?
I mean, did we get the landscaping in the front of the apartment building along Community Road? Did we get the landscaping on Community Road in front of the apartment building? And I know you had wanted some by the fourplex and threeplex trees specifically. So I think let's condition adding trees there. And then I just want to make sure
Trees.
yeah, he agreed to that. So I think that's in there. But then also removal of any lights that are strung up high on the roof.
Yeah.
So
That was a
okay. I would like to see hedges in front of the garage to like exterior to screen those in. I think I think we got everything else.
So, so just as a clarification about what we're going to next. So I think we've
Okay.
certainly got a lot of input, and certainly down here in the trenches with staff, we are trying to take that all in. But I think we are sort of waiting for a clear motion from the commission as to how we're going to wrap this up and next steps.
Can I do a motion just as conditioned? I don't need to repeat every single, okay, okay. Okay, I move to adopt the resolution granting design review approval for a 15-unit apartment building, 1 fourplex, 2 triplexes, 4 duplexes, and 6 single-family homes as conditioned.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Nay.
Can we just have, can we add something that one of the commissioners will work with staff on the conditions of approval, or the chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it was 5-1.
5-1.
5-1.
5-1.
I move to adopt the resolution granting a demolition permit for the project located at 1 through 22 Mallard Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
I move to adopt the resolution recommending city council approval of the tentative subdivision map, subject to findings and conditions for the property located at 1 through 22 Mallard Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, I am in favor of the tentative map, so I can approve that, but I don't know if I can approve it, but I don't approve design review.
You could go with that one.
I can go for that. Okay, we'll make that unanimous.
I move to recommend to the city council approval of a revocable license for private improvements located in the public street right-of-way at 1 through 22 Mallard Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Then we should put one of your things on here that we're working with. Yeah, I think we should have.
Is this yours?
Really, who?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, one last thing. I apologize to do this, but in terms of working with a member of the commission to fine tune some of the input, would you like to designate someone now from the commission to work with staff?
Do you want to do that, Ashley? Sure. Ashley Johnson, Vice Chair.
Yeah, she voted in favor of all of it. Okay, if there's no
Does that work?
objection,
Pardon?
no objection from anyone else on the commission?
No.
Okay. Ashley.
Hmm? Yeah, we're adjourned. We're done.